Yes.
All right, stream started. And we have Luna because Luna wanted to be roasted. I don't know how to roast Luna, so we need someone to help roast Luna. Why do you want to be roasted so
Yes.
bad?
Because Hank and Sapphire promised.
Oh, Hank promised. Okay, nice.
Sapphire. Sapphire's idea.
Right. Yeah, it was her. Yeah, she wanted to. I don't know. Was she roasting? She was doing some roasting. Can we talk? Can we talk about the swimming thing? Because I'm processing this now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't
So
know how to swim.
what? Yeah, but what percentage of people don't know how to swim? Like where in your area? Just guess roughly.
70%.
70% don't know
Yeah,
how to swim? Wow.
I think. I'm not sure.
That well,
Like,
yeah,
not
I mean, I believe you.
professionally and.
Huh. All right, we got Annie. Hey, Annie.
Hi. Hi, Luna. I'm glad to see you here.
Hello. Oh, hi. Nice to meet you.
You got a puppy?
How are you?
April 29. She's too young right now. So that's a Tuesday. So I don't know on April 29 what time we're gonna get her. So I might have to duck out on that day.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Nice. But we saw pictures. I saw you posted pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's only 5 weeks old in those, so she'll look a little bit more like a poodle when we get her.
Right. Yeah. How did you pick her?
We were looking at listings and they're super expensive. They're like $3,000.
Wow.
But this one, like some of them are cheaper for different reasons. So for this one, her health is fine. The genetics of her parents is fine, but she's what's called an abstract. So she's not 100% solid color. And she's also not that 50-50 like a cow looking. They call that party. She's mostly brown with just like a little bit of white on her chest and a little bit of white on her chin. And that makes her like cheaper because it's less desirable, but I don't care. Like for me, it's the personality and the temperament of the breed that's important to me.
Right.
So, I mean, I think she's beautiful. So, yeah, it was mostly just looking and
Sweet.
like I happened to look the day the lady listed them because, you know, by the end of the day they were gone.
Right.
And had to fill out an application, and Russ and I look really great on paper. And it's all true as well, you know, working.
We look on a paper.
I wasn't lying, you know, but it's we've had 3 before, familiar with the breed. We work from home, you know, self-employed.
Yeah.
We live near parks and, you know, very, you know, active people. So we won because they will reject people, you know, if they say.
You also have another dog that's similar that for friends. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like if you work, you know, if you both work full time and the dog's, you know, at home for 9 hours a day, then they might reject you.
What's up, Hank? How's life?
It's going pretty good.
Did you say hi to Luna? She wants to get roasted.
Oh, I got that covered. If I get roasted, I have someone else that's a roast master.
A roast master. Okay. And Zephyr's here too. She wants Zephyr to roast her too.
Oh, okay. So, Luna, turn your camera on real quick so we can see what we're working with.
I don't think she's going to do that.
That's not. Yeah.
You saying you can't afford a camera?
I can afford to turn on. I can't afford to turn it on. To reveal.
Well, you don't have a paper bag to wear over your head?
No.
Luna's pretty. Don't worry. You can't roast her on that, but you can't. But she doesn't want to show her face.
No.
You got to really afford to not afford a paper bag. I mean, I bought a paper bag for 70 cents at Aldi, and I will pay for it.
You'll send her a paper bag.
Yes.
All right.
Was it
Yeah,
15 cents? I don't remember.
I don't
It
think
wasn't-
it's 70. That sounds like a lot. I think
maybe it was 15 cents.
I think it's 5 here. I could be wrong, but
It's not enough money for me to care. I'm just putting it that way.
So how was your Machine Lies episodes this week?
Meh.
Meh.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I get it, technology. Yeah, watch out for it. What's next? I mean, I'm not joining Uncle Ted cult because Ted Kaczynski's kind of dumb. For a genius, he's pretty dumb.
Who's
I
this?
know smarter
Kaczynski?
idiots. Yes.
Why do you say he's dumb?
Yeah, he should have known better that he couldn't influence human nature just with weak threats like incendiaries or explosives or toxic chemicals to dump the thing that benefits them. That's stupid.
I didn't hear the argument. What?
No, you couldn't terrorize people into giving up technology because they just used their technology to put him in a cage.
He's trying to terrorize people into getting rid of technology?
Yes. Which is why he got put in a cage.
Yeah, no one's gonna get rid of their technology. It's not gonna happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even if it's what was best for the entire human race, no one would get rid of it, which I would argue against, but
Well, it was clearly the best for humanity. I'm sure some people would get rid of it, but it's just not the case.
but then you have the problem of like the necessary, like if you want to compete, you have to wear the Nike shoes, sort of thing.
Yeah, the holdouts would just have an advantage over the believers, and it's called a mechanical advantage. So
Right, you have an advantage.
So the universe will comply to help them and hurt you.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Luna was telling me a bit about her master's thesis, and no, are we?
No, I had a question about Annie's puppy. How did she see it? Do they show a video or photos?
These were just photographs, and then I did messaging with. So I used a site that's like a broker that finds puppies, and they also vet they pre-qualify like all the breeders to make sure they have healthy practices and healthy genetics. And so it's a site kind of like Facebook for finding dogs. And then I messaged with the breeder and she sent me a bunch of pictures. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's about 200
It's
miles
quite
away.
intuitive.
What's that?
Yeah. Quite intuitive of you to judge the personality from its photographs.
Oh yeah, it would be good to see her in person, but it's just not possible. But she's about 2 hours away, and I was planning on driving to go get her, but the woman said she likes coming to my town, and so she's just going to come here. I'm going to meet her in the parking lot. Russ and I will go meet her in the parking lot, and she'll hand over the puppy.
Nice.
Doesn't sound shady at all.
No, it's
Parking
not. It's a secure site. Like I paid a deposit.
No, I mean like in the parking lot. Will it be at night or during the day?
During the day, I'm sure. Yeah. And we're meeting at this store called Cabela's that has a bunch of hunting and outdoor gear. And so she breeds poodles and bird dogs, like speckled bird dogs. And I'm guessing she's breeding the poodles for hunting because a lot of people around here use poodles for hunting. So she's got these 2 hunting breeds. So the store we're meeting her at has like guns and outdoor gear and fishing gear and stuff. So she probably just wants to go to pick up supplies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one like Cabela's that's over the border in West Virginia. Very huge store.
Yeah, big stores.
Anyone process anything this week interesting?
I was looking at emulation and game consoles, but I haven't decided to buy a handheld one yet. So yes,
Oh,
because I think I could just pull it off on a phone still.
yeah, you probably could on a phone. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, the specs are the most interesting one, the RG4005V from Ampernic, is about the same specs as my OnePlus Nord. That it has an ARM processor of 8 cores, running about the same speed.
What are you trying to emulate?
Nothing in particular. It's just I want to see if I could. If there's enough people who also want to emulate that I can actually sell services to, and I have no idea. I may just have to just sell to my sister.
You want to just sell an emulator to your sister?
Well, sell the installation configuration, because I'm not going to take the time to program an emulator from scratch. I'm not.
Yeah. Pre-made emulators?
Yep.
I see people doing that. Are you going to get a controller?
I have plenty of controllers. So
Nice.
I have this one right here for PC. I have another one right here for that's Bluetooth. I think I have a few more RF controllers. I have plenty of controllers. This controller has a mount. I don't think I showed someone. This one allows you to mount a phone to right here. The controller goes in there.
Sweet.
So I have plenty of controllers.
Yeah, sounds like a good solution then.
Yeah, but the problem is mostly the software. That's the biggest problem, and software is annoying because it's so flexible. Very annoying.
I'm processing how when Russ is wrong, he's really, really wrong. He's not usually wrong, but when he is, it's shocking. Like one example is when we had to say goodbye to Cedar, he wanted to either carry Cedar or make him walk over here to my office so that he could die here. And it would have been so traumatic because Cedar was already on the couch and comfortable, and his paw was, sticking out the vein to get to that vein right there. He was already in that position. And the whole reason Russ wanted to do that was because he doesn't like strangers coming to our house. So I had to put my foot down and I said, nope, absolutely not. I'm his mom. He's dying here on the couch where he's comfortable. And so, yeah, we didn't argue about it too much because I was just so firm about that. And it ended up being really peaceful. But the new thing is that he thinks I'm wrong and ridiculous for wanting to crate train the new puppy. He thinks that it's a stupid idea. But
crate train, like teaching it to want to be in the crate?
Yeah, to love its crate.
Yeah.
Because when I have to I can't leave her alone. She's 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks.
Right.
I can't. When I have to come give a massage, then she will love the crate, want to be there, and I'll know she's safe, and I'll be back in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And he thinks it's so stupid, but he is really, like, if you look at the consensus of opinions from all the experts, like, he's just wrong. And he's like making fun of me for wanting to crate trainer, and I'm just like, whatever, dude. So
wasn't he the guy not cutting his dog's hair in a timely manner?
What's that?
He was the guy not cutting his dog's hair in a timely manner, right?
Not counting what in a timely manner?
Not cutting the dog's hair. His dog.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, that too. No, I mean, I think he thinks I'm a helicopter mom. But it's just that I'm planning. I have a strategy. I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to be consistent. There's a reason for all these things. And he doesn't have a strategy, and it'll just work out, and it's okay. Meanwhile, his dog can't be left alone. And since Cedar died, he hasn't practiced that yet. He hasn't practiced her being comfortable being alone. And so it's like, what if there's an emergency? Like, you need your dog to be comfortable in a lot of different situations, including being alone. So
Yeah.
I don't know. He's just wrong. It's just interesting to me because like he's usually right. So I'm just processing like how when he's wrong,
Yeah. And he'll get defensive. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and more just like I don't know if he feels defensive. He doesn't really act defensive. He makes fun of me. Or acts like I'm being being ridiculous.
What's his argument for why crate training is bad?
Because he thinks it'll work out. He thinks like the first night, second night that the puppy will just cuddle up with our other dog and sleep, and the other dog will keep her safe. But it's a baby; she could get into anything,
Yeah.
So yeah, I just don't agree. And then being alone within that first year, like say if I come over and do a massage and she gets into the garbage, or poodles are so smart. I used to have one that opened the refrigerator, and I had to put a very elaborate locking system on the refrigerator. And you puppy proof as much as you can, but there's stuff that you're not going to think of that they'll get into that can kill them, So
Yeah.
I don't think I'm being overprotective. I think I'm being.
I mean, it's a good idea to let them love their crate.
Yeah.
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 They go there when they're bad. They feel safe there. Like when you start scolding them, they go there on their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they crate train you, Hank?
I'm just glad we don't have kids. I can't imagine what it's like to argue about different parenting strategies when you have actual children.
Yeah, I don't think you can divide kids like this one's mine, this one's yours, the way you divide dogs.
Yeah.
Hank, were you crate trained?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do they ever stick you in the crate for an hour and a half so you don't get into things?
No, just use the belt.
The belt?
Oh, yeah. I was crate trained apparently since I was left in my baby crib in the baby ward for 9 days without contact. Yeah.
Yeah, how's that processing going?
I'm still thinking about it. I'm thinking about nature versus nurture. I mean, I haven't come to any conclusions, but I might make a video about it because I think it's interesting. Like, so I have this high sleep, high self-reliance, and the play last. So like if if a play higher baby was left in a baby ward, would they react differently? Would they be, they would still ping off of, like, I'm not pinging off of people. It's this incredible like self-reliance and deep inner world. And so it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, were you like that from the get-go, or was that a pivotal event?
Is it a trauma response? Yeah.
Right. Did you have a lot of pinging, Luna, as a kid? You seem to have sleep high.
I'm not sure. I think
You're
I
only
didn't
child,
have
right?
siblings. Yeah, exactly. So I was pretty much used to being on my own,
And Hank?
not pinging.
I was on my own until 7. So in a lot of ways, I feel like an only child because there was so much time alone. Yeah.
I have a sibling, but they're 12 years older than I am, so barely see them.
What are they up to these days?
Oh, look out. She's female. She's married to a chick. They have a son somehow. And I think they both work. Well paying. Both well paying.
It's a
So
mystery.
you're an uncle?
Say again?
You're an uncle?
It's a mystery.
And the thing, my nephew has the same birthday I do for some reason. It's a good thing I don't celebrate mine.
They adopted it, or one of them gave birth?
One of them my sister gave birth.
Oh, okay. So you are an uncle.
Yes.
Nice. Did you ever see the kid?
Yep.
Is he okay? Is he cool? How old is he?
How is he? Think I should know the age. And he has to be around 8 at least.
Oh, okay. And are you teaching him Linux then already? That's about the age you should teach him Linux.
Yeah, he raised a teenager before I teach him Linux.
Okay. What's he into? Sports
Gaming.
or gaming? Okay.
Oh, he does sports too.
Did you ever do sports, Hank?
Yes. Wasn't very good at them.
Did you ever do swimming?
Yeah, I could swim.
Yeah, I thought I'm really confused that 70% of people where Luna live don't swim.
I might be underestimating the number that do swim.
Do you have rivers and lakes and stuff?
Not in the urban area. And even if we do have a lake, let's say in a city, it's not generally permitted to go and swim there. You only have beaches. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a bunch of lakes and we have a bunch of pools around.
I mean, I think you're one of the first people I'm aware of that doesn't swim, Luna.
Oh,
That I've
then
met.
I might be the minority. I don't know.
But yeah, maybe we're just from different cultures. Do you guys know people who don't swim any, Hank?
Nope. I grew up in Texas. You know, there's like, it's got the most man-made lakes of any state.
Man-made lakes, yeah.
Yeah, they're mostly man-made lakes. Yeah. So with your children, do you do the thing with like swimming class at a pool, or do you just take them to the ocean to teach them?
There were swimming classes in, there are not swimming classes in every school. There were in mine, and those two I flunked.
Oh,
You failed swimming
That too.
class?
Yeah, that too. I had it till just like second or third grade. After after that, I opted out of them.
So I didn't send any of my kids to a class to swim. My youngest one was just in the water since he was really young. They know how to swim when they're really little, so if you expose them a lot, they get used to it and they swim.
Yeah, my swimming classes were garbage. I figured out on my own.
Yeah, pretty much. How about you, Annie? How did you learn?
Probably just natural lakes. Probably just my dad. My sister took classes. Yeah, but
Yeah, it sounds like your sister is more like the IJ that needs the classes. Yeah.
Well, it's just that, you know what, my mom had me when she was 25. My dad was a bit younger. I'm just thinking that probably teaching a baby to swim for free in a lake was probably their option rather than paying for baby class, you know. And then when my sister came along, they were middle class. They were established, and so they paid for those sorts of things.
That sounds traumatic. But did it work? Did you learn how to swim? Usually if you like thrash around and stuff, you don't sink.
Yeah.
Yeah, babies tend to be buoyant.
Babies are buoyant, yeah. No, it didn't work. Can you swim today, Zephyr? Yeah, it's just, sorry, Luna, to get stuck on it. I'm just fascinated.
No, it's fine.
Oh, you took swimming lessons. Okay. Yeah, so Luna's teaching LLMs like the AI to do math. That's what her thesis is. Right? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the solution to that is teach them how to program math instead of doing the math themselves. And then get the outputs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not teach them how to just form out them any math questions to a math library or a math API?
What? First thing, we don't have access to math APIs all the time, and I think it's also difficult to make LLM learn particular rules. Like you need to follow these constraints, you need to follow these syntaxes. It's not very good at learning that quickly unless it had loads of data. So I think.
I would force feed it a whole bunch of Mathematica and tell it to use what called Wolfram Alpha or Wolfram Engine to do the
Yeah,
math.
Yeah, that works.
yeah, you
But they're
can
already good
do
at
that.
coding.
It's called fine tuning.
Yeah, it was just weird because like I saw the reports where like they're not actually doing math; they're approximating the results to answers. They're not actually adding numbers.
Yeah, they're redditing instead
Right.
and mathing.
Yeah, they're like doing a
Yeah.
coarse
So I
guess,
guess.
fine-tuned guess, and they're combining the fine tooth with the coarse guess, and that's how they approximate answers to math problems.
So basically, from lots of text data, wherever they see addition, they'll approximate based on it instead of actually learning the concept of addition.
Yeah, and then it would be the same thing with multiplication and everything else,
Right.
and then learning the rules of brackets and all that stuff too.
Right.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm not very good at.
I keep running into people who think that LLMs are conscious, and I don't know what to do about it. What do you think, Luna? How do you explain to them that they're not conscious?
Well, if they do talk to them very long enough, they'll realize they repeat things. Um, they're not that they're not really capable of innovative ideas, innovative opinions. You can have a debate topic, and then based on how you phrase a question, you can have the LLM give opposite opposing opinions. So it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't really have an opinion of its own.
Yeah, it has a map of a cognitive landscape.
Right.
Yeah, that's all it really has. But yeah, like that's the problem, right? So like now it's easy to figure that out, and some people are already getting tricked. So think about in like 10 years. In 10 years, I don't know what to do to tell people. Like it's not going to get more conscious. It's just going to get better at role playing conscious.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. I mean, I remember that. It's not conscious, but it feels like it.
It
Like my
does.
chat GPT is getting to know me really well. I asked it a really simple question today about one thing, and then it went on like and said, "Oh, but hey, don't you have an Etsy shop? Could you do this and that?" I mean, it was like remembered that from some other time I asked some question about Etsy. So
Yeah. It's all in the same thread.
Yeah, if it's in the, I guess so. I'm not sure because I do create new threads sometimes, but
Yeah, they're starting to look at old threads. They get access to old threads sometimes.
mm,
Randomly, they'll access one of your old threads.
hmm yeah, I used it. We got the Spanish form all set up. I created the Spanish form for CRG, so that was
Oh,
good. Yeah, and using chat helped to
wow.
make sure I got it right. Yeah.
Can we see a link? Is it ready?
I can show you what I have. I think we're gonna make some edits to it. Let me see.
Wow. Wow, I'm impressed. That's awesome.
Well, first, what I did, because the guy seemed so eager and I was dealing with all that stuff about Cedar, it was really just 2 days ago that my brain was working. Like, even when I got that puppy, like, yeah, it felt weird. I wasn't ready, you know? So I'm like, okay, I'm getting a dog now, when my dog just died a week ago. So, like, my brain really wasn't working. But luckily, like, we have the time to mentally prepare for her to come home. But it was just like really 2 days ago I did this Spanish thing, and it was like, well, my brain's finally working. I finally chopped wood that day because I felt so absent-minded from just the grief and the stress that I wasn't
Yeah.
able to do anything. So what I did, that guy was so excited about it, and so I just gave him a job because I knew that Cedar was really not feeling well, and I said, okay, would you please translate this for me? Even though I knew I could just use ChatGPT, I just wanted to like give him work because I needed
Right.
some time. So he translated parts, and I did some other translation stuff. I'll see if I can find the link.
You have sympathy from Zephyr.
Oh, yeah. I think this is it. Let me double check. Yeah. So
Oh, you posted it here.
oh,
You could
where
share it. You can present it. Are you on a computer?
yeah. How do I do that?
There's a present button at the bottom. Like it looks like a screen with a plus in the middle of it. It says
Yeah.
present. Yeah.
And then what do just go share screen and then click on that
Yeah.
thing? Okay. Yeah. There it is.
Oh, okay.
And so
Hispanos. Okay.
this just means Spanish speakers. The
Nice.
so that's connected to a spreadsheet. At first, I was just playing around. I connected it to the CRG, the
Okay.
master spreadsheet, and all the data was gone. And I freaked out.
Okay.
I had to revert to, because I was just playing around. I don't know what I'm doing,
Yeah.
just and so I
And
had
you
to
got the
revert.
data back?
Yeah, I had to, but I was really freaked out because someone was asking me for a client, and I was like, oh my god, all the data's gone. But I just reverted to the previous version, and then I fixed it. So now the next thing, all I need to do is I need to get these responses to go to the CRG email, and I'm sure I can figure that out by just asking ChatGPT, or just, you know what I mean, for the
Yeah, I don't
newest
remember how I did that. But do you have access to the CRG email? Like, who has access to it? Do you have the full access to it?
You put me as a delegate, and I don't know what that means. But if you want to change it, you can. Or I mean, my other option is just going to my Google setup thingy periodically to see if there's new entries.
Right.
And you're taking this much better than another person in our community when they lost their dog. I mean, you just plan to get another guy. You just threw a fits, and I think he's still throwing fits, even though his dog died like a year ago.
Mm-hmm. I know someone. It's been like 5 years or
Well
more.
done, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I know someone that's been like 5 years ago, his dog died, and all his Facebook posts are like picture of his dog and like, I'm missing my baby Jitsu. That was the dog's name. And I even had he came to me just for some talking one time, and he's like a local guy, and I said, have you considered getting a new dog? You know, and yeah, I mean, I was very upset about it and like felt, you know, the grief. Grief is so weird. You just it's just so real. But I also knew that he was 15. I mean, I knew that he was going to die, so I was already
processed it. Yeah,
I pre-processed over the last couple of years, thinking like, oh, he's getting older. You know, like 15. You know, 15 is very old for his breed. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's hard when you don't know what happens to them.
Yeah.
We had a dog that we gave away to a farm, and then I went to check up on the dog like a few years later, and he was tied really close to a fence and not doing well at all. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, they couldn't integrate him with the rest of the dogs or whatever, so they had him separate. He was just barking and everything, so it was separate and tied to a fence all day.
Are pet dogs common in Israel?
Yeah, like everywhere. Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of cruel to get like the long-haired, you know, dogs that are going to be overheated in the summer and stuff, but
yeah,
people will do what they do, you know. I heard on the radio that they caught someone with a bunch of monkeys or something. I don't know what that was about. I didn't check into it. But yeah, people are weird everywhere.
Yeah.
You have monkeys in India, right, Luna? I guess not as pets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not as pet. Some people capture them for getting money and entertainment. Not legal.
Not legal. Would like they catch them for fighting pits or something? Would entertainment?
No. They have like, I don't know, juggling, taking coins or whatever, something silly things, I think. Juggling balls or something. Just or just make them wear shiny clothes and say hi to people. Just tricks. But yeah, pets aren't that common in India. Just upper class people.
Oh.
Generally, yeah.
They can afford the dog food. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that crows were illegal in the U.S. to own because you could teach them to steal stuff.
Oh.
Right, but people still teach them and have them as friends with that. There's no ownership. You know, you can just befriend a wild crow. And yeah, they'll bring you stuff. I've seen, you know, like you give them some food and they bring you tiny objects, you know, like a coin or a little necklace part they find on the ground. Yeah.
Right. You could feed them reward them based on good things they bring you.
What will happen if you illegally raise the crow or something? Would the EPA in the game house or something?
I don't know. I'm sure if you have like a wounded crow, you can nurse it back to health or whatever. No.
You're probably supposed to call the bird rescue.
Right.
Yeah, we have a sanctuary here for owls and hawks and stuff.
Hank, you could probably teach it to steal hats.
Probably could.
He's gonna teach a bird to come and steal your little hat.
It looks like I need to find another criminal mastermind. I can't be a henchman for that one.
Right, because you're a gnome.
I'm a gnome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw an ad for to be a henchman for a criminal mastermind, and he said no gnomes allowed.
You're a very tall gnome, though.
True.
Maybe like a half breed. Half gnome.
Half-breed. Half giant, half gnome.
Yeah.
That would be a interesting couple.
Mm. I mean, it's kind of like me and anybody else, or Russ's brother and his wife is Vietnamese. She's like even smaller than me.
Oh wow. Your sister's taller than you, or the same height?
She's like an inch taller. Yeah. Yeah, and the sister-in-law, she's not like technically genetically really littler than me. She's just fitter,
How does
So
that
like,
work?
well, I mean, so like when she got married, she was 95 pounds. And at the same time, I was 105. So I was technically bigger than her, but we're both generally small people, And now she's heavier because she's older, and I'm heavier because I'm older. But
You compared weight. That's interesting.
She's always, she's just fitter than me. Yeah.
I don't think I've weighed. I don't know my weight. I haven't known my weight in a long time. I haven't tracked it.
Right.
I know my weight. I'm about 200 pounds right now.
I mean, I've noticed that it has gone up and down. That's all. Just from videos over 5 years, that it's gone up.
My
and
weight?
It's gone down. Yeah.
Huh.
Don't
Okay.
you think so? Or do you not notice?
Maybe. I haven't been tracking it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Russ track his weight? Sounds like he might.
Like not in a long time, but his has gone up and down too. I think we just don't have a scale, and that's the only reason. But yeah, there was a point he was really getting up there, and there was a time he had a gut bug, like Giardia or something. It was really bad. I mean, we actually went to the hospital on Christmas Eve one time. Totally, I had stuff in the oven and everything, and we had to go sit in the ER. And at that point, he was like 160, which is way too low for his height. I guess he's probably 190 now. Kind of middle-aged, chubby, but still a relatively lean person.
Yeah, I check mine like every couple of weeks, so I'm about 200 right now.
I really don't want to know, but I did go to the doctor recently, and it wasn't too bad. It was 114, so I guess as long as I'm under 120, I'm happy. But I'm happier at like 110 or less. But obviously, I'm not doing anything about it. So,
I mean, you're doing your normal stuff. You're doing your running and your.
Well, I'm not running anymore. No, I stopped running when as Cedar got older. I just kind of stopped, but no, I could do better. I go through phases. And I think with the, getting the puppy now during the dry season, spring and summer, I think it's going to be a really active season for us. So I'll probably get more exercise.
You don't have pets, right, Hank?
Right now, no.
Did you have pets growing up?
Yes. Well, my parents had pets, and I lived around them, so. I think I have one pet myself, and it was a hamster that I named Shadow, and I had him for like a year or something.
What happened to him? He escaped?
No, he died. He died.
Yeah.
Mission success. Mission accomplished. Yeah, mission accomplished.
You got sick or something, or?
No, they don't live that long, I think. Or they know it was
longer than a year.
I wasn't paying too much attention.
That's probably why he died.
Yep.
Sorry, Hank. Did you flush him or did you bury him?
Freaking buried. But I let someone else take care of it.
Yeah, figured.
Do you need to walk your poodles every day, Annie?
That's the best thing. Yeah. When they're young, you have to limit exercise because their bones and their connective tissue are still forming. So I won't run with that dog until it's a certain age. I have to look that up again, but it might be like 6 months. You can start running a little, but you just can't run too much. But the walking definitely you have to do every day. And
Oh.
playing like busy games, like with poodles, you have to engage them with games that are challenging, like mentally stimulating for them. So a lot of like hiding games, like you can get a muffin tin and put treats in each little thing and then put a toy or a ball on top. So they have to remove the toy to get, just like stimulating things. Yeah, because they're really, really smart. And if you don't keep them engaged, then they get bad behaviors.
Oh.
Like kids in school.
Yeah. Yeah, and Cedar was great because he was a TV watcher. So I just put on like animal shows on YouTube. He loved it. Really kept his mind engaged. But then when Poppy looks at the TV, she doesn't see anything. It doesn't register for her.
Yeah, it always confused me how some animals do see TV and others don't.
Savior consume.
I mean, yeah, consume maybe. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, you could say they're definitely seeing movement for sure, but it seems like they are more tuned into animals. Cedar would rather watch dogs or horses or monkeys than some other stuff. But weirdly, whenever we put on Last Week Tonight, he just like stares at John Oliver. Like, I don't know what that's about, because I don't know what he could possibly be getting out of it.
Maybe he's an alien.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe he's a libtard.
Yeah, maybe.
Your dog's liberal?
I try not to talk about politics with my dogs. We sort of, yeah, we keep that out of our relationship.
We lost Luna. She came to get roasted.
She's too sweet.
She is too sweet. That's the roast. You're too sweet, Luna.
Yeah.
Paper bag is always available.
Hank, I'm starting to see why you might be single.
Yeah, that's my height.
Your height, yeah, that's right.
That's got to be it.
It's got to be.
Was that a roast, or do you really have some bullet points?
For Luna?
No, about why Hank's single.
Oh, yeah, it was my attempt at a pot shot roast. Yeah.
Oh.
I wonder about that coin, because did you see the post I did on Facebook? It got a lot of attention about roasting each other.
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I think so. Oh, yeah. And then you said, yeah, it's probably good for couples too. Like the lady that was making fun of her friend.
Her husband, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's.
Oh, yeah, the lady, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think those kind of relationships are fun. That's what I love, how me and Russ can, give each other shit. I do that with my family as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was wondering if it was connected to some kind of coin or something. And everyone's throwing at different coins. Oh yeah, that's double deciding. Is it?
Well, you can just do what the pros do and just define new coins in existence whenever you have another thing to think about.
That's what AI does.
Yeah, that's what AI does. That's what Dave Powers does.
That's what Dave Powers does.
Yeah. So just make up a new coin. Just a funny coin, I guess. And you just double the amount of personality types you had to deal with. Congratulations.
Yeah, there you go. Then you can get up to 7 billion personality types.
Yep.
One for everybody. How many people are there on the planet?
Yeah, 7 billion. 8 billion.
8 billion. So maybe just be really clever and just make sure it's like 256 billion. And that way everyone gets 2 or 3 of them. You don't run out of personality types.
No, that way some personality types will never come to fruition.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't you say new personality type just dropped? I discovered personality type. You have that filled in. You have a freaking whole news rag. You can say new personality type discovered every week.
How are you with physics, Hank?
I'm so. I could follow along and I could do some physics by myself. I am not so good that I can make money at it.
Do you have any interesting branches of physics that you're particularly interested in, or anything like that? Or it's just not really.
So pretty much like physics that have to do with what kind of physics I really like. So I like the computer stuff. So I like physics that have to do with electricity and matrices and weird geometries. So it borders on math anyways, and borders on computers. So sorry to answer that question.
Yeah, no.
I also love working with stuff too. I like doing stuff with extra dimensions a little sometimes.
I'm just wondering how like other people might process reality, and like for me, physics is a way to process reality, but I don't know like how other people would do it.
Yeah, I usually like to use schematic kind of labeling, and physics is like when you say, "Hey," I think physics comes up like when accounting comes up. Like we need to know like how this goes there in this amount of time. That's when physics comes up. Or is it that logistics? It's kind of hard. Pretty much, I'm not a pure physicist because I'm not an academic guy. So whenever I think about physics, I there's literally this some actual problem I had to solve. So.
Today is tax day. I wonder if people are doing their taxes right now.
I'm not. I've been done.
Yeah. Mine is done. I'm just trying to get the payment plan thing to go through because I don't have the money. So you can pay a little bit over time and the interest rate is good. I mean, it's better than putting it on a credit card.
It's really that expensive to do your taxes?
She does have to do them quarterly because she's a business, right?
To pay. And I owe a lot more this year because I was more responsible, because I was more frugal. You know, with I just couldn't find as many write-offs to like chop the number down more. Like in the past, I would be sort of irresponsible, I guess, but like buy a big ticket item. Like when I got my new electric massage table, I mean, I did need it for this space, but like that's a huge deduction. I just didn't have any big deductions because I've been doing this for 20 years and I'm established and I've got all my equipment and I just didn't really need anything. So.
Did you lose any money in your investments? Did you sell off the...
What? I don't have investments.
Yeah, apparently everyone's losing money these days in investments. Isn't that how it's going?
Yeah. Well, up and
down.
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't been following that this week. Are the tariffs still happening? Is the war still happening? The tariff war?
There's a lot
Absolutely.
of... I mean, I haven't checked the headlines for a couple hours, so it's hard to know what's happening right now.
Yeah. So I know what's going to happen with the tariff war. So pretty much Trump delayed the Chinese tariffs to renegotiate, and he decided he's not going to tariff stuff we can't actually build here, like our electronics.
So that's a good thing. Yeah, so that's a relief because the tariffs that he was talking about, it was going to make it where, you know, like our cell phones would be unattainable. You do it. Okay, we were
So
both
Chris.
doing it at the same time.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey,
Yeah, so the cell phones would be too expensive if there were too many tariffs.
Right, and we need those. I mean, all so he changed it what affects the technology stuff. You know, like, I mean, we need processing chips. Like, we, you know, our society will fall apart if these things are not affordable. I mean, you can't even deliver pizza without a smartphone. You can't be a pizza delivery guy.
yeah. And we don't have the manufacturing base to do any of it ourselves. We just Intel, AMD, and I think Nokia may have a fab lab somewhere in California. That's not enough to replace the demand.
Yeah, and making that stuff in the United States, that is a great long-term goal, but we can't just do it overnight. I mean, it's going to cause so much chaos. Like, we have to work towards bringing those factories and workers here, but it's going to take more than just overnight. Yeah.
I wonder what kind of memes there are around this. I saw that China was doing some memes. How you doing, Chris? How's life?
Oh, it's going good. Busy, but good.
Busy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
looking at the fat Americans memes.
No, the for the tariffs. Like, here, this is now this is what Americans are going to have to do instead of the Chinese.
Yep.
Yep.
What have you been processing lately?
Nothing much. I mean, right now I'm in the process of getting a new job, so that's what most of my brain is dedicated to at the moment. Unfortunately, more boring stuff.
What were you doing before?
Well, it's what I'm currently doing. I kind of work as like, I don't know, I do a whole bunch of different weird stuff, but kind of like bookkeeper is the easiest category, I guess, to throw out there for, it's like a nonprofit ministry. So I'm looking to move on now. So it's been kind of interesting because I always hate moving on from jobs because everybody gives me a hard time because they don't want me to leave. Like, my last job was at this oil change shop, and my boss like tried so hard to keep me. And when I still go in to get an oil change, he'll still show up and he'll be like harassing me about going back and working there.
You're like a mechanic, like an oil change guy?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, it wasn't anything super crazy. It was just my brother actually still works there, and he did the draining down below, and then I put the oil in on top and checked all the fluids. So nothing too insane.
Oh, Jeffrey Loop kind of thing. Yes.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yep.
And now you're working for a nonprofit ministry, like a church?
Yep. Yeah, not quite like a church, but yeah, we'll go with that, I guess. It's complicated.
It's a cult.
It's weird. What's that?
Is it a cult? Is it like a technology cult?
It's considered a like para-church ministry, so it's like supposed to work with churches, but it's not the church itself. So it's like a solo thing. Yeah.
A church support agency.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Like that. Unitarian Universalists have UUA. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, so I got kind of long story. I just knew people. What's that?
Why are you looking for a new job then? Or what are you looking for?
Right now, it looks like I'll probably, just for the sake of making more money, just look to do kind of basic bookkeeping, accounting stuff. Because being a nonprofit ministry, I mean, I guess it depends, but it's not like rolling in the dough, you know? So I technically, for what I do, I get paid less than like the average person would at a normal business. So, but I don't remember what your question is, but
I think what you were learning all the Excel stuff for, right?
What's that?
You were learning all the Excel stuff for this?
Yeah. that was my own personal decision. But yeah.
Sweet.
So yeah. Anyway, so I'm kind of bored with the job right now and ready to move on. And yeah, so looking to go around job hunting, which sounds incredibly boring and awful, but life goes on.
And it's annoying. I mean, I'm next time I get job hunting, I'm going to go on my way to avoid recruiters because they don't even know what the job is and they don't have any freaking boundaries. I hate those guys.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what my brain's been dedicated to. You look tired today, Benjamin. Is that true?
Thank you. I guess
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah. So have goods been getting more expensive over there because of the tariffs? Like, have you guys seen increases in prices?
Not
I
yet.
don't think so. Not yet.
In fact, eggs gone cheaper for some reason.
No, we didn't know why you left, but yeah, thanks for joining. And sorry you had a phone problem. Yeah. Do you have a good roast for Luna, Chris? She was looking to get roasted.
Yeah, no. That I think you guys got it earlier. She's too nice for that.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Do you process physics at all, Christopher?
I've wanted to more on just kind of peripheral, whatever the kind of like just whatever content I've run into or whatever talking about it, but it's not something I've dove into. I want to someday, but haven't got around to it. Just because it's mostly just because I need to like, if I get into it, I want to figure out the actual formulas and things that people use, and that's obviously a little bit of work. So
yeah,
get into the math.
I have a question, Benjamin. Would you call game physics, or would you call it something else? And if something else, what would you call it?
Yeah, it could be like a physics simulation.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
I think that's what it's usually called, isn't it? It would be considered physics simulation.
I've only processed it in like a consume way, like as in someone puts on some Netflix documentary about something physics, and I'm like, oh, cool.
Right.
But there's no deep understanding. It's just mostly that everything's interesting, and I'll watch anything.
Yeah. I was processing a bit on how like we're eating our own representations. We're like we're not getting things from the source anymore. We're getting digested representations of digested representations everywhere.
That's a little bit funny because
the source is available. It's not as pretty looking.
I was thinking about the exact same thing, or a very similar aspect actually yesterday. I was thinking about like Nietzsche, and how, however you say it. But I was thinking about the fact that like I know a decent amount about him, but I don't know a lot directly from the source. And the fact that we summarize history and like what people say throughout history in a way of like where it's like we can in schools teach history in a digestible way to like get through it all, but obviously it's being condensed. It's like we're losing information in a funny way.
And now like, another layer is like you can have a Nietzsche bot, so you can interact, and so that's like even farther removed.
I was thinking like when you're consuming media, for example, like you're getting these situations, you're getting like an archetype of people in this situation, and they're playing out a narrative, and it's like that's not how things would have maybe not really played out, but that's how someone interpreted that, and we're being presented with that. So now our picture of the world is based on someone else's picture of the world, and then like the next generation of media is going to base their media off of the past media and not off of real life. Like they're just going to keep, like that was just a metaphor for what we're doing everywhere in life, is we're representing the representations we were fed instead of the reality we're probing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and I think there might, I mean, I don't know if there's a way around that, as long as if we can somehow keep sources around. obviously. That's like one way where you can always, like I can go read directly certain, like I could go read Plato's Republic or whatever. But at the same time, there is certain
that's his
information like the
representation.
life of
You're getting a Plato
Einstein.
worldview by reading Plato, right? You're getting his.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Who also refed his representations about other things.
Right.
But in some sense, isn't that kind of like almost like the evolution of ideas, where like the fittest, quote unquote, idea moves on? I mean, I've always kind of thought of it that way. I don't know if there's a better way to think about that,
but then like we get stuck in these patterns of thinking. Because everyone, like, it's good that we all agree on what the world is. I don't know, like you start seeing the division between like left and right, or male versus female, or all this kind of stuff, and you're being fed representations of what this people is. So you're either like you're either like labeling, like generalizing on a person based on the population they're from, and based on your representation what you've been fed their population is, and you're like, oh, you're one of them, you're I don't know, I don't want to single out any group, but like you can
They, them.
Right, exactly. You're one of them. And like you could be fed representations that are wrong or based on extremes, and yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that's why you have to kind of try to get to some kind of a root. Like for me, I suppose I'm trying to take people's information as information and separating where they're kind of, how they're, I guess, projecting onto the information. Like there's always a distinction there of what has happened and then like what the person experienced when they saw that happen, so to speak. I don't know if I'm how to kind of distinguish that, but because like you could, I think you're touching on it a little bit earlier, maybe, or maybe this thought was just going through my mind, but I was thinking of like Einstein. I don't think we know, or maybe I think you're bringing this up last week, something about Einstein, and I was kind of rolling it through my head of the fact that I feel like we don't know too much about like what he, I don't know, you just hear a lot about the like relativity, obviously his big breakthrough, but it's like I don't know a lot about like the life he lived or anything like that. And even if we did, theoretically it would come from somebody who observed his life happening, but like that's not a pure form of his life happening, where like certain information is getting I guess stripped out of it just from their perspective of watching him.
I learned a bunch about Einstein. There's like a few different people actually read that's closer to the original material and just documentaries about them. So I know quite a bit about them, but I can understand how most people don't have a clue about them.
Well, you also compartmentalize, like, just generally people in that way. So like they could have like they have a complete personality in all different domains, but then you just sort of ignore half of their life and talk about them in one domain.
Mm-hmm.
Like Maimonides, someone was bringing this up about Maimonides, is like if you study academia and I don't know, philosophy and stuff like that, the only book you'll hear about is the Guide of the Perplexed. Where like, and then if you come from a religious world, the only book you'll hear about is Mishneh Torah, which is like much bigger. And it's like you see two different sides of this person based on who you're learning it from, I guess.
Yeah. And like the people from the atheist school of Austin don't even know that Isaac Newton was a theist and a priest and stuff.
He wasn't atheist, Newton.
No, was he atheist?
No, he was very esoteric.
He was theistic. Newton was theist.
He was theistic. Yeah, he was very theistic.
Theistic, not atheistic.
And he didn't even have a degree from university, and everyone gets degrees learning him. And it's
exactly. And the atheists go off and don't know that Newton was theist. They don't even know it.
Right.
I was thinking about this a lot when I watched the Bob Dylan movie with Timothy Chalamet, and I was totally lost in it, and it was so nostalgic for me because I grew up on the early Dylan music. I thought it was so beautiful, especially the first half of the movie. And I was totally lost in it, totally like eating up every word, but then, also remembering like this is, we don't know this is how it happened. It was so beautiful, the picture that they painted, but
Right.
you don't really know. You can't really know someone unless you were there. But it was a good ride.
Yeah, like the revisionist stuff from over history. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of personality people that say that we don't know ourselves yet either. But we were there in our own lives, so I guess no one can know anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was just trying to process all of the echo chambers and how we're eating our own shit, sort of thing. It's just keeps going.
Did you have any, like, I guess, would you have an example to that?
I've got a lot of examples that mean something together, just nothing substantial individually.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, I guess like the male female war thing that's going on, where you have these people generalizing women, and it's like, do you know any women? Like, or do you know only like one sample size of women? Like, where are you getting this from? Where are you getting your representations from? Media? Like, how are you building this? And then like some poor fool is going to learn from them what women are.
Yep.
From this guy who has no idea what women are, who's learned from other people. Like, what is this? And it's just going to keep going.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's like the propensity to overgeneralize. I think that every human can fall into.
And then
It's like I had a bad experience with a woman. Now
Right.
I hate all women's, or women's, all women's.
Or even based on the loud majority, because that's all you're exposed to, and that's what you're going to form your representations of women on. Is this most obnoxious Karens? And then you're like, oh, you're not a Karen? It's like, no, like most women are not Karens. And even Karens are most of the time not Karens. It's only when they freak out.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about the fact that like social media, obviously a lot of people have caught onto this and are paying attention to it, but social media, it's not only that social media amplifies like negativity and outrage, but it's the fact that it's so accessible that it's like if somebody freaks out over something stupid, they immediately are outletting that emotion onto social media to say something, rather than, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume in a culture without social media, they would have time to cool down, not say something stupid and put it out there and continue the outrage cycle or whatever you want to call it. But
yeah, but there's
like,
also people who are just freaks. So even without social media, we're just gonna put them in the freaking what's that thing called when you put your head in there?
The stocks.
The stocks. Yeah. When this is a conversation I keep having with the machine lies. I'm saying, yeah, even if we get rid of technology, then we just have less tools to keep those people under control.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not necessarily trying to say anything about what to do with social media. I'm just saying, like, it's amplified. Negativity, I think, is already amplified by us as humans, rightfully so, because like we don't want to die or whatever. But the negativity is like, I guess it seems strangely filtered right now in a weird way. I don't know.
Like, well, yes, mundanity is boring.
You can keep the negativity contained and the positivity is amplified. But if you were just if you without the technology, if you just live near a crazy person, but it's your problem, you deal with it, and no one's going to help you.
Mundanity is boring, so we don't get exposed to it. It's like you're not going to see a story of couple had dinner together and went to bed at an early hour. Like that's not going to be the news story.
Well, yeah, and I don't even think our brains work that way either.
I think it's also just when it comes to So yeah, men say stuff about women, but you know, women that say stuff about men, like men are all dogs. They're all
Right. The same thing. Yeah. Same thing.
obviously it's not true. But I think like if a woman is upset because she just had a breakup or whatever, then she goes on social media and she wants that validation and she wants people to be on her side. And so whenever like in coaching, like I remember a coaching client from years ago that she wanted me to validate but also agree that the world is terrible, and just over and over and over again. And she was very like, she was weird. It was like conspiracy, but she definitely seemed like a decider, you know, a lot of like political
Yeah.
conspiracies, but also very decidery. And just no matter what, over and over again, I would not agree that the world was terrible. You know, I would try to acknowledge and validate, and I would not
Question
agree.
her worldview. Yeah.
She thought everyone was a narcissist, and I just would not agree with her. And she didn't like me because of that, you know?
Well,
you're one of the narcissists if you're not agreeing.
You'd be a smart and say, everyone's a narcissist, but with all these other things in the DSM. What those about? This is silly.
That's right. Well, then like the other thing is like if you watch like what's that TV show like Dexter, where like if you watch that, you're going to get a representation of the world that there are way more serial killers than there actually are.
Yeah, even in like in TV, when you're watching TV, other things that are not realistic is like when the dialogue is really like witty and sharp, you know? And it's like,
right.
Show me. But there's this one show called Somebody Somewhere or something where it's really boring. And it's you know, and the conversation doesn't always flow, and it's just like more realistic.
Like Mad Men sort of thing? No, that was witty there. He had witty conversation.
Yeah, that was witty, but you know, I just like the really sedate, understated movies that they just seem so real. Like, oh, these are real people, you know?
Right.
So if you watch something like The Gilmore Girls, where the mother and the daughter, they do this fast talking and they're like all clever and like everything's witty and funny, like that's people aren't like that.
Yeah, they had a team of writers writing all their jokes for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did we get here from physics? I'm curious how you, because I think you mentioned earlier, physics is how you kind of are figuring at least one portion of underlying reality. So I guess why'd you ask me about physics in particular?
Well, because like we're doing the same thing in physics. We're digesting what someone else has already put out there. I guess like I was trying to argue with ChatGPT and it's taking the position of consensus all the time. It's always doing the consensus thing. And I'm just like, you don't want to question? It's like, yes, you should question things. But then like they would always push back with consensus. And it's like, why don't you just, you know, work with me and try to change the model? Like there might be different models just because that's the model that works, quote unquote, that gives the best results. It doesn't, maybe there's different models.
You could try trolling it by taking Bill Gates' nonsense and using that as a basis to counteract it. That could be fun.
Bill Gates?
Bill Gates. What called? Vermilio Bill Gates. He used to do AMD and steal stuff from Cuba, and now he draws pictures and questions physics, saying math is bad for physics or something like that. He's a real hoot. Let me get him. Get the link.
Yeah. Do you have something we can watch and review?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Is it short? Do you have some good shorts?
Yeah, I can get a short.
All right.
Oh, this one's a good one. Let me go ahead and share the screen.
Yeah, because like so I figured out that like time is emergent this week, just from special relativity.
Obviously.
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
but
because
I never thought it was. Okay, here.
Yeah, time has to be emergent because we measure it by using space. Space. Yeah, you space and measure time, so of course it has to be emergent. Where's it?
Technology is not science. Okay.
Yep.
Trial
He
and
looks crazy.
how technology is made. Or like Mr. Thomas Edison said, I haven't failed. I just found 10,000 ways that don't work. He just tried one thing after another until he got it right. Did Edison need to know what a field is or what electricity is? Obviously not in the 19th century. All he did was try things until he got it right. That's how technology works. It has nothing at all to do with the explanation, the theory of how it works out there in the world of invisible world of Mother Nature.
Okay.
Trial and
Yeah, sure. He's close enough.
That probably gave you a lot to work with already. Do I do another one?
You want to try to type him?
Oh, sure, but no, let's go. What's this?
Experiments also cannot disclose invisible, intangible mediators. So there's no purpose for you going to the lab and say, I'm going to run an experiment. I'm going to verify with an experiment. What are you going to verify with an experiment? Here's the experiment, the only experiment you ever needed. We let go of the pencil. Watch, it's very dangerous, very expensive. Okay, we let go of the pencil and it falls down. Now all you have to do is explain why, the cause, the mechanism. What good is an equation? What good is running another experiment? You want me to do it again, another experiment? Okay, let's do it again. And that's the only experiment you ever needed for gravity.
Are you getting this, Benjamin? Or is it?
Yeah, I would say not NT.
Let's go next.
Two particles. You don't like particles, you like planets? Two planets. Or the Earth and the Moon, or the Sun and the Earth, or whatever you want. Doesn't matter. All you have to explain is action at a distance. Okay? So, in magnets as well. If you say this is one magnet, this is another magnet, how does this one affect that one? That's all you got to explain. That's the only issue remaining. It's the only issue that no one has been able to explain in 2,500 years.
FM magnets, how do they work, Benjamin?
Two particles.
Yeah.
You
Those are good questions. Yeah.
You go for a longer one. But he's at... No, his main channel is rational science. Let me pull.
Well, I'm trying to see if he's actually shitting on physics and the equations, or he's trying to actually go deeper. Like I think it's two different things.
Oh, I know what, but I don't want to spoil it. So
spoil it. Well, yeah, spoil it for us. You're good. Is he actually shitting on physics, or does he really know physics and he's trying to go deeper?
He is a big pooper.
He's a big pooper. Yeah, that's what my guess would have been.
Mm-hmm. Masterpiece based on restaurant.
He feels like the kind of guy who, like, the way he's explaining things, where he would come up with all of his own terms and everything, just describing the same types of things in physics. Like, look, you don't need all that science. I have it explained here, and it's coming to the... Like, I feel like he doesn't understand why things are originating and why science is done the way it is. Not saying it's always done right, but, like, I don't know. Can a guy be curious and decide to make some equations about gravity? Is that, like, not allowed? I don't understand.
So it's kind of worse than you thought, because he reads the source material, but he just poops on it. So
yeah.
So he even makes caricatures of all kinds of scientists for his videos. So he reads the source material, but he just says, well, but he does come up with all kinds of terms to just and this craps on the scientists, because they're not doing it the way he wants to do it. But even though his way it's not very useful for anything. But you can say, okay, magic fairies pull things down to the ground. You have an explanation. What can we do with it? Nothing really. Yeah. So what difference does it make then, if we explain it or not?
I mean, I feel like he's kind of half right. he's right in some sense in there, but
yeah, you'd be half right, or you can go the rest of the way like Stephen Wolfram or Sabrina Hossfeld does. You can go the rest of the way and actually do some equations, and you could be more than a clown on the internet, at least.
yeah.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Rational Science, the only site on the internet that does physics. Everybody else does mathematics, movement of concepts. What are we going to talk about today? Well, we're going to talk about special relativity, and within that, the special case of mass. They talk about the increase of mass, whatever that is. Can mass increase because an object travels close to the speed of light? We'll find out. Anyways, what is special relativity? Well, here we can see a little introduction. Here it is, okay? You've probably seen this somewhere, and here we show it to you one more time. Yeah, special relativity is like entering the twilight zone. Okay, that's what it is.
The dementia.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's a big
look at the
pooper.
twilight zone, you're looking at special relativity. Einstein didn't invent anything new, or you could say that the twilight zone did not invent anything new. It was already there. Anyways, what is special relativity? Well, special relativity is specifically the world of flat land. In special relativity in flat land, right? You cannot fall downwards because there's no gravity. Straight line, straight flame. Okay, so you cannot fall. It's built, special relativity, on a world called flatland. It's all flat. Okay,
So
there's no gravity.
stop for a second.
And
So like this is like one of the dishonest ways you can argue is like make your opponent sound like an idiot and then argue against his stupid statement.
Yep.
Yeah. What's that called when you do that? Straw manning?
Yes.
Or steel manning?
Straw manning.
Straw manning. Yeah, steel manning is the opposite, where you try to prop them up as best you can in argument against that.
Yeah, you prop them as best you can, then still destroy it.
I don't know why I was reminded of this. My daughter had like this book report and she was reading this book, but it was a really boring and dumb book. And she says it's a really boring and dumb book. But she's like, no, I've got to write good things about it. It's like, why? Just write it's a bad book. Like you're allowed to give an honest book report. She's like, no, then they'll deduct grades or whatever. It's like, no, it was really an objectively shitty book. Like you don't have to. It's not like Moby Dick. Like no, like this is I don't know. I don't know why I was
maybe Bill knows. Let's ask him.
And it's funny that, I have here Mr. Stephen Hawking, and he puts in his book that he was kind of smirking at a woman who said, the world is really a flat plate supported on the back of a giant tortoise, standing on turtles all the way down. Apparently, this was a woman who said that to Bertrand Russell. And so good old Stephen Hawking, he kind of laughed at her, like saying, this is what people believe out there, flatland. But it turns out they believe in flatland as well, because here you have good old Stephen Hawking, and he says the following. He says, we are only one time dimension and three space dimensions in which space-time is fairly flat. Okay? That's what we see, right?
That's why you.
What's the issue?
All right. Okay.
I knew you'd get a hoot off of this.
Yeah. They're talking about space being flat, like space-time being flat, not the world being flat or space being flat.
Yes, correct.
Space-time being flat means nothing.
Yeah.
No, it means paths are straight. It means like if you go in a straight line, you'll just keep going in a straight. Like there's parallel.
Well, technically, no matter what shape it'll be a straight line, but it won't make you won't run into yourself eventually, and it's
Right.
not hyper parallel. So stuff.
Right. Because if you go parallel in a hyperbolic space, you'll end up like going out or going in or something like that.
No, you just go out. And
Right.
hyperbolic space is super out. You can't stay close. You can't. Your distance will increase if you go straight.
Right. And whereas like
stay the same.
on the Earth, if the Earth isn't flat, because if you go parallel, eventually you'll
crash
merge.
into.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's done some research. He's all these fancy references, but he's going to go ahead and straw man anyways because it's
Right.
so cool.
Because now he's got the thing that the universe is flat. That's what they say. I got them. Gotcha. You said it.
You can dunk on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, what's the point of the video then? Is if it's just a poo-poo on stuff, I guess.
Yep, it's just the poo-poo and stuff. And I guess you can type them while we're at it. I knew this would get you because you were thinking about this anyways, right?
Sure. Yeah. What type do you guys think he is? What about the looks like? What's our bias? I think ESTJ. That's my bias.
Yeah, he reminds me of C.S. Joseph quite a bit.
C.S. Joseph.
Oh no.
Is ESTJ actually?
He just feels like I would go off of what you said initially, Benjamin, of like NT and NF last, of where he seems like the kind of guy who's like, well, I just see it, and then it like you don't need to explain it, it's just there and I see it, so it's real, kind of a thing. Like one of those people that thinks you like see reality completely, so to speak. I don't know how to explain the type of person, but anyway, that's all I got.
Yeah, who was that Teriology guy? He was different though. He wasn't doing the same. He wasn't poo-pooing on stuff. He
Literally didn't know what stuff was. What is Terry? What's his last name? Terrence Howard.
Yeah.
He just didn't know what stuff was.
You know, it was really weird.
Oh.
I watched an old BB King concert live, and then Terrence Howard walks out to play with BB King, and then he starts trying to have a conversation, and BB King is like, "Hey, just play the instrument. Like, stop talking." Yeah, it was like, it's like how random, like to go out and play that. Yeah.
Yeah, talk with the piano, Terry. Talk with the piano.
So Terrence Howard could play guitar?
Yeah, he played guitar a little bit, but he wanted to talk more.
Yeah.
Like he's a disc jockey.
Such a weird poser energy from him.
Mm.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. Did anybody see like his old 3D models on Joe Rogan where he was, I don't know, explaining physics or whatever, and he had no idea what he was talking about?
Yeah, we even did a show here on Terrence Howard's book. That was hilarious.
Yeah, it was. I had to do a double take when I first saw it too. Here. Yeah, like that's what he looked like back then. And yeah, here he's got the microphone. He's not even playing. He's just talking. Just so random and weird. Anyway.
Back to Bill.
He says, why did one time dimension and three space dimensions flatten out? So yeah, he's talking about flatland. That's the world of special relativity. In fact, he's not the only one who says that here.
And I would say that that's even false.
That's right.
Yes, because since there's a limit of causality, it's hyperbolic. Space-time itself is hyperbolic, even if space it can be interpreted as flat. Space-time has to be hyperbolic.
I would say he's also talking about general relativity, not special relativity. He got them mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyways, yes, the world of special relativity is flat. Okay.
You have,
Well, I think I gotta hop off.
Oh, thanks for
And
joining, Chris.
yeah. I just want to stop in and say hi for a little bit, which turned into 40 minutes, but
Sweet.
that's normal. But anyway, talk to you guys later.
Okay,
Later.
bye.
Thank you.
Why are you watching this guy, Hank? Like, what do you get out of this?
So he's hilarious. So I used to watch him because well, okay, so there was a problem with physics, but then I realized, well, he has no idea how to solve it. And now,
Okay, so is this
he's
Clark
just-
Kent and Superman? Because I've seen you guys at the same time, Dragon and Chris, but you just come on when he leaves. Are you guys fighting or something?
No, it's just now that loser's gone, now we
No,
can
he's
have a
gone.
real party.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Hank was telling us why he watches this guy because he's hilarious.
Yeah, right now I watch because he's hilarious.
You want to
used to
poo poo
watch
on the
it
poo
because,
poo?
well, there was a problem with physics, and but there's better people than him getting to that, like actual physicists rather than just old men screaming at clouds. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
sure, another super collider's probably not going to actually do anything except pay someone's wage, but just saying no, math is bad. It's not the solution. Or maybe I'm just too dumb to understand it.
Well, I
Bill,
just wanted
call
to-
me a mathematician again, Bill.
Mathematician.
an article.
Yes, that's what he calls. So the physicists that don't subscribe to his ideology, which is all of them, he calls mathematicians.
And he's the only physicist then.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And what is his ideology? Does he have a theory to put forward? Does he have some explanation of the world?
Oh, he has his own book, but I actually already tore it up.
You already tore it up?
Yeah, I tore up his book. We even did some back and forth. So pretty much, he's a rationalist. So he actually got that right. He's a rationalist, and he thinks we understand things just based on thinking really hard about them. But yeah, so even if I assume he's correct, what's the point of understanding something you can't use it? And he says, well, there's no point. He's like platonic in that way. It doesn't, worry about practicality of using it. Just you just think about it and
Okay.
you're good.
Okay, so that would be consume. Whatever he's doing is consume.
Yes.
Interesting. But he's not consuming. Like he doesn't actually even like he's stopping the consume.
The blast every once in a while, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not. But he's like blast is trying to apply what you're learning.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't blast.
Yeah. So he's not taking information in. He's like stopping. Oh, they said it was flat. Now I'm going to say why that's stupid. Yeah.
Well, he's been doing this for a long time. I picked a new video because he's so predictable that I knew it was going to be hilarious.
Okay. Let's say hi to Dragon's Neck a little bit. How you been? How was your week? How's your emotional processing?
It's definitely a lot lighter than it was last week.
Yeah.
I just wanted to stop on for a few and say hi before I try to get to sleep a little earlier. Just still thinking a lot about death stuff and wondering about how people seem to not process that as much these days, and if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm guessing that a lot of people couldn't function in their lives very well if they processed it too much.
I mean, you'll hit a limit of it, and you'll stop processing it at some point. I'm sure too.
Yeah.
Just don't assume you can defeat me just by killing me a single time. That would be foolish.
That would be
Of
foolish.
course.
That's an amateur mistake, Hank. You came back to life and got revenge.
Yeah, the fighting game me and Mr. Salt like to play has been in a really bad state. So instead of playing that, I picked up my cheap ukulele I bought a long time ago and started to learn that. So that's been fun.
Mm.
Finally
Yeah,
getting some
My
can go
mom,
to the club and buy yourself another fighting game that you can keep playing indefinitely.
Money.
my mom is doing ukulele, and she has lessons every week.
That sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm finally like losing some feeling on the tips of my fingers after playing for like a week. So I guess that's some development.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
My
good.
fingers are
Ain't you a programmer? Can't you sell
learning.
the high seas and download another fighting game or something
No,
like
I don't
that?
want to.
Okay.
The one thing about Tekken players is they don't like fighting games. They just like Tekken.
Oh, okay.
I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, it's been
Ukulele fingers.
it's been nice to pick up a new skill and not think about it too much, and then just slowly develop without like thinking about being good or bad, and just trying to go through the process. So I think that might have been a mindset I kind of picked up from that last game jam I did. So
Good.
that's a positive thing. And the game jam for this month started on Friday, and I've been trying to make something for it. But it's a little bit more technical than I have the experience for, but we'll see if I can get something done. I want to make like a falling block game like Tetris. And that sounds like an easy thing, but then you got to think about, I mean, when I start thinking about it, there's like a lot of different ways it seems like you could program that. So it's been interesting. I've already had
Yeah,
to
that's the
restart
bane
it
of
one,
twice.
yeah.
software. That's the bane of software. It's too flexible. It kind of pisses me off, actually. No cap. It kind of pisses me off. The software is just too flexible. There's no obvious good way to do anything. But there's a whole bunch of bad ways of doing stuff. But you have to kind of do it somewhat before you find out it's bad, because it's not enough literature to tell you where to avoid the stupid stuff.
Exactly. That's why
let's
it's
not.
annoying.
Or maybe a literature exists, I just don't know where it is. And it's really, really hard to find because I have a whole bunch of books on stuff, but it just doesn't get to the point.
Right back to the Thomas Edison quote from your guy,
Yes.
from your
Say, say.
rope theory guy.
Yes. The magic rope guy. That's what I call him. Magic rope. Instead.
What's his magic rope theory? What is this?
Oh, so that's how light works. It uses a magic rope that can pass through itself, unlike the rope you can get at the hardware store. And that's what makes it magic.
I'll have to consume it on my own because that sounds really stupid. It can't be that stupid. I don't believe he's that dumb.
I'm gonna make sure you get his book so you can see it from the primary source, like you like to do. Okay.
Oh my god. Well, no, it's not the primary source. Reality is the primary source. I mean, that's like that was the same thing when I started doing typology interviews. Was like all we were getting was regurgitation of what the functions are and what people using those functions are. And then you have a whole bunch of experts that's how they learn typologies, just from other people talking about people that they didn't. Yeah, it's just so weird.
Yeah, it sounds awful.
It's called an oral tradition.
That's the name of the YouTuber guy you're showing?
No, he's talking about typology regurgitation.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an oral tradition.
Oh, okay. But
see, I'm spending it so to be more positive.
But yeah, that's what's going on right now, and I think I'll just leave it at that. And hope you guys have a good rest of the stream.
What's it? All right. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep. See ya.
Bye.
I gotta make sure you get that book. I may even email you the PDF copy to make sure you definitely get it.
You sent me Rant's book. Was that Rant's book?
No, that was the Machine Lies book, I believe.
The 1666
No. I did send you Rant's book. I did send you Rant's book. Yeah, you're right. You did send me.
So he actually wrote that?
No, he found it.
Oh, he found it. He didn't write it.
He didn't write that one.
Oh, because I was gonna say like it's like the information's mostly shit, but like it's well done. It's like the book's well put together. It looks professional.
So you can't even give Rant that much credit.
So he didn't write it. Okay. All right. Never mind. I was gonna give him a compliment. I was like, wow, like you really did your research for this book. Like
Yeah, he did research to poop on like Bill Gates did.
All right.
So I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna email this to you too, so you can have some leisure reading. And you want to think
Oh,
about
man.
physics and do it. You want to do it right, not do it like a mathematician.
Right. You got to do it right.
From Astronomy Magazine says, "What shape is the universe? As far as cosmologists can tell, space is almost perfectly flat." So, flat earthers, eat your hearts out, okay? But what does this mean? And he says, the article says, the most cosmological evidence points to the universe density as being just right and that it expands in every direction without curving positively or negatively. In other words, the universe is flat. So we're not talking about the flat earth anymore. Now we're talking about the flat universe. And of course, if the universe is completely flat, I guess the earth is flat as well. You know, I mean, and
No.
here's Discover magazine
No.
says, does the universe go on forever? Is outer space finite or infinite? Explore this age-old question, he said, and then they answer, a few generations of telescopes, Kobe, WMAP, and Planck, sought to understand the shape of the universe. Was it curved like a ball or flat like a piece of paper? Now that's straightforward. Is it flat like a piece of paper or round like a ball, right? All three telescopes say the universe is flat. Okay, so I guess
okay.
Stephen Hawking was laughing at himself.
I don't think he's wrong for questioning this narrative. And also, like, the observable universe might, like, that's what one of my ideas was, the observable universe might be so small that it appears flat, but it might actually be curved on much greater scales, and we'd have no way of judging it because it's virtually flat from our perspective.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
So like,
yeah. Now, and that's how he sucks you in, because he has, well, those are good questions, but once you hear list this comedy routine, it's funny, but it doesn't actually get you to any answers. And that's why I said, okay, your routine's funny, but you're not getting to the point. And then, well, you can think about a thing and call it an explanation.
Yeah, what is that when you get stuck on, like, he's getting stuck on the sensory word flat and not understanding that it means something different than paper, than a piece of paper.
Well, even if we were generous, he would still be right. But then he'll miss the point later.
In Mendham. I have no idea who that is. In Mendham.
I don't know about In Mendham either.
But I will look into it.
All right.
I'll look into it, Bubble.
That'd be good. Let's play more Gatey.
You want to play more?
His colleague,
yes,
because they all believe in that the universe has the shape of a piece of paper, which is flat. You know, what else can we say? And in fact, they illustrate this. This is the universe they illustrate. You either go with a finite universe or the infinite universe, and you can go with the infinite flat universe. And they say our universe is like that flat.
So he knew enough about what he's talking about to actually pull up good pictures of the models.
Yeah, give me a second just to talk to Chris here.
Go ahead.
So, no, I was saying that before, like, I felt the strong need to actually talk to and interview real people, because all we were getting before that was regurgitation of types. And I think, like, even if you go to like a class of someone who knows typology and knows people and actually did their research, they're still going to like archetype the type. Like you'll never get the nuance. Like most people are just human beings first and their type second. Like the type is way more subtle than the exaggeratedness that they put on to it anyways. Yeah, so this is good. He's got the flat and the finite and the infinite. Sure. It's how triangles would look.
It can be a Mobius strip.
It can be a Mobius strip.
Right. He didn't consider that one. Ooh. But that would be a finite set one. but it would still have a negative curvature. So
It would be more like a Klein bottle.
yeah, so it will be finite, but still be negatively curved. That's interesting. That's a good catch,
What
Andy.
Yeah.
But that also be positively curved in another direction. But yeah, that's a really good catch. You may be a very good rational physicist soon enough. And I actually pulled up in Minham, and this is why that's why I brought up in Minham. He looks pretty similar to Bill Gates, the same hairstyle. He's except it's longer. But let's get back to Gady.
Flat one there. Okay. So I think there's no mistake. Special relativity specifically and general relativity in general say that the universe is flat. And in the case of special relativity, they're going to be playing around with
They don't say that though.
And they're going to
They don't say the universe is flat.
Work with.
They leave the question open. There's a what's it called? There's the cosmological constant. So if it changes, it could, based on what that constant is, it could be any one of those three.
Yes, but they're saying right now it looks flat. They would say that right now, but left it open.
That's not what general relativity says. General relativity has a generalized formula. It can be either. It can be any of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. But he's also kind of correct because it pretty much you just polled them. They would say, well, right now it looks flat, even though they do leave it open.
What the data is showing is it looks flat on our scale.
Yeah.
With time, with mass, and with length. Okay. Actually, distance, as we covered in the past, distance traveled. And they're going to play some fancy things that, approach the twilight zone, actually exceed the twilight zone. The twilight zone got all the ideas from special relativity. Okay, so what happened? Well, last week we talked about the fact that these people are trying to, violate the rules of special relativity today. And why special relativity says that you can only travel in the best of cases, right? The speed of light. That's the limit, the speed limit of the universe. Nothing can travel faster than light. Nothing that has a body, right? And but they had to invent something to overrule that, to bypass that law of the universe. So they invented wormholes, they invented tachyons, they invented warp drives.
They didn't invent
the chronon particle of time.
They're solutions to the equations. They didn't invent them. But yeah, like I was, one of the things I was seeing for the speed is also emergent. There's no such thing as speed. There's momentum. And so an infinite momentum would be the speed of light. That's how the speed of light emerges, once you get an infinite momentum.
Yeah.
For a mass.
Well,
so really the scale is a momentum. Momentum can be from negative infinity to positive infinity. There's no limit to momentum. But when you normalize it to light, then yes, there's a limit to the speed of light. At infinite momentum, you travel at the speed of light.
Well, light can't travel any slower than
causality. Yeah, you need to follow causality. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems weird to us that there's a speed limit because like we're seeing speed as a continuum, but speed is not the continuum. Momentum is the continuum.
Exactly.
Yeah, we just normalized infinity to C. Yeah.
Exactly.
So they have all these inventions, all these notions, all these ideas that they've come up with to try to beat the speed of light. They don't like the speed of light. It's a limitation, and you can understand why. Because
who's they? Who's doing this weird stuff?
So he's pretty much attacking. That's the academy in general. He's a dissonant, so he just attacked the just a general popular opinion of the Academy.
No one's trying to beat the speed of light. They're just trying to solve all these equations and see if it's possible or if you can change causality. Like they're trying to make sure it's internally consistent. And so far,
Yep.
it's all internally consistent. Great.
Yep.
When you try to get to the nearest star, right, like Proxima Centauri, it's 4.3 light years away. That means traveling at the speed of light, assuming we could achieve that, right, or very close to it, it would take 4.3 years just to get one way, 9 years approximately round trip. That's a long time to wait for a trip, for an expedition. Who would fund it? Who would pay for such a thing? So no, they had to beat the speed of light. They had to show that there was some magical way to go faster than light from here to the nearest star, let alone to other stars. They had to give hope, not only to the other mathematicians, but to the world, because people would start asking, well, hold it.
So now he's doing a narrative.
Do a round trip to the nearest.
Yep.
Now he's creating a narrative on what scientists are doing. Like it's because of hope. Hope. That's why they did it. Okay.
I guess he's mixing the scientists with the science fiction authors. So, in fact, that's like that could be the basis of his whole argument because he's just saying.
Oh wow, I appreciate it.
General relativity to the Twilight Zone, so maybe he's mixing stuff up. Yeah, he's confused. That's what you would say, right, Benjamin?
Is he confused?
Do you think he's confused?
I don't think he thinks he's confused. I think he's so certain that he can't. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Let's see if that.
A star. When are we ever going to do that? Hey, don't panic. We can go faster than light. That's the message, right? That gets across. And what is the problem with all that? Well, a lot of that is a problem with definitions. Okay, here's a definition of.
This is bread and butter, fighting for the definitions. And I actually got that from him when I start with definitions, fight for the definitions.
We have a superpower known as memory. I mean, memory is kind of a superpower if you think about it. It's kind of weird that we can remember things.
Yep. But yeah, I
recording
got
their brain's previous locations of objects. Okay.
But yeah, I got my habit to try to define stuff from this crackpot, so I can learn stuff from crazy people.
Motion, 2 or more locations of. Yeah, he's doing definitions kind of like you do, Hank.
I got from him.
You're doing definitions because of him.
Yes, he influenced me to just try to start with the definitions because it's actually pretty effective. And if I argue for better things, I could. It's just I'll accomplish one he will. So.
Okay, so did he take your lesson on what did you call it? Epistemology? Is that what you had? What was your lecture on?
Let me look it up. Documents. Longs.
I forgot what you called it.
Yeah, I forgot what it called too, but I wrote it down.
The theory of theories.
That's OPS one. Which one?
Oh, why I hate OPS or why you love OPS?
So I'm right between those. What's it called? Maybe it was earlier than that one.
Yeah, it was before, and it's some word. I can't remember the word, but it's something that kind of means epistemology. And I remember y'all were talking past each other, Hank and some other guy, about confusion about that word.
It was with Benjamin. I'm looking right at it, but I need to scroll slower if I don't miss the file.
Yeah, was it Nico?
No, it's some other guy that just was not understanding Hank's perspective, and it had to do with like the meaning of that word, the understanding of that word.
Mm-hmm.
Just get different. I know it's after it gets different, but before the OPS one. Maybe it was before the.
It's between that, so it would have been not April. It would have been March.
Yeah.
Or February.
I must have put it somewhere else then.
It's all right. We don't need to know the name. It's just a name.
Yeah. Well. Our audience is dedicated. They'll probably post in the comment later.
All right. Sure. You posted in the comment.
Motion. That's the first one that they needed to tackle, and they never did. In all of mathematical physics, not just special relativity, general relativity, quantum mechanics, string theory, in all of mathematical physics, there's not a single rational definition.
Yeah, mine. Ontology, and I remember the name.
Ontology, there you go.
In fact, there's not a single definition. In most cases, or I'd say all of them, they simply tell you, we don't know what time is. We don't know what a point is. We don't know what a line is. We don't know what...
Benjamin, do you know what time a point or a line is?
Yeah, I know what time is. I figured that out this week.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's too bad Bill Gates doesn't do panels, but he does do shows, and you're probably big enough. So if you want to pretend to interview him, that'd be hilarious.
I can interview him.
Yes, you totally could.
I think it'll be too hard for me to interview him.
I agree, and that's what makes it funny. So we should totally set that.
An interviewer has to let the person give over their point of view, and I won't be able to do that. It just will be too hard for me to let him do that.
All right, I did put that ontology personality thing, that presentation in a different folder. I found it. Oh,
all right, crisis averted. The world has not been destroyed.
You just have to be flexible, like Joe Rogan.
Right.
But if we don't keep paying up,
very movable.
If you don't keep paying up, maybe you will lose those roles. So you better keep donating.
Donating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you may lose the world.
We might.
Or it may happen either way. I don't know. I have no idea.
But the crisis was averted. You found the presentation.
Yeah. Bill, help me. I'm confused.
What mass is. They have like 7 different definitions. They don't know what energy is. So they have all these non-definitions. And yet they use all these words every day. And you say, how can they, express their ideas?
How can you understand anything without proper definitions? You got to start with definitions. You can't understand stuff without proper definitions. Of course. Censor.
Yeah.
Censor revealed.
Have any definitions.
So intuitives don't have definitions. Is that correct?
I'm sure they have definitions. Annie, you have definitions, right?
I have tons of them, and I verify them. I double check all the time.
But you don't need them to start talking about something, right? You can infer the definitions. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I do sometimes want to pause and Google something because I want to know the exact meaning. Just because.
But you won't get stuck on people talking about time without knowing what time is, like without defining time.
No, I'll just go along for the ride.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I could just figure out the definition via context clues, assuming there's enough material on it. But sometimes there's like, I found like a Enneagram crank in his space that talks about stuff, but there's not enough content to even know what the words even mean. The key words don't have the same meaning yet because there's nothing that they came with definition themselves. they didn't explicitly define them. There's not enough context for let's figure it out. So
I wonder if this guy's an ISTP. I wonder if he's an ISTP like me.
That's why you should interview him.
Yeah.
Of
He looks like a gnome.
the main words, the critical words they're going to use to make their case. I hope you're following me here, what I'm saying here. Yeah, if you don't have a definition of your words, how can you express your ideas? How can you express your theories? Does it mean that they don't understand it? Absolutely. If they don't understand it, can you understand it?
Definition.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Such a censor. You can't understand without a definition. You're a censor.
So here you have, this is my take on this. Many living entities have the superpower known as memory, right? Almost all mammals, you would say, or lots of them at least, right, have memory. I don't know about insects. Maybe birds have memory, yeah. Humans, for instance, can record in their brains the previous location of objects. Okay, so you know that there's been a previous location, like, you take a lion, lion already understands that there's a previous location of the deer, and then what follows, they sense motion. But motion is out there. And what I say there, because of this, humans perceive motion and premiere the movie in their brains, because they have memory. See, if you did not have memory, you'd only see location here. Then you lose your memory. You wake up again, or you recover your memory, or whatever. Suddenly you see, or your sight really, and you see the new location. You turn off, you see the new location, and you don't have memory that this thing moved. And it's only thanks to memory that we, perceive this motion. However, objects do indeed change locations out there, outside of you, outside of your brain, right? Falling from a tree or shutting a door on your fingers, that proves to you that there is motion because you feel it in your own, body. Things move by definition if they occupy sequential locations, whether there is an observer or not. Some people say...
so he's defined it. Yeah, so he's made his definition. Like, this is his definition. I agree.
Do you accept or reject his definition at this time?
Oh, I definitely reject it. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. Tree falling in the forest, does it make sound? Well, sound is motion, right? And so the tree falling is also motion. Whether there's someone there to see it or hear it, we don't care. We have a definition for sound and for the tree falling. We don't need to have an observer. And so motion, two or more locations of an object. Okay. So we do have a definition for motion. It's two or more locations. If an object occupies two or more locations, we say it moved. That's physics. We're done. That's how simple.
Are we done? Is that physics?
Yeah. No, because nothing actually. Yeah. Motion is relative. Motion is relative. Everything is relative. Yeah.
Well, not everything's relative, but motion certainly is.
Time is relative.
Is acceleration relative? I don't think it is.
It's all relative, yeah.
All right.
The word motion is. And what was interesting is that Newton was not able to define the word motion, among others, right? Or time or space. He just says, because we all know what it is, or have an intuitive notion of what it is, right?
I had to personally fact check that.
Intuition. He just shot on intuition.
Yeah, he just shot on intuition. But I need to go back and fact check that for sure. I'm not quite sure if Newton defined him or not. I would. Of
course he did.
I would guess that he did. If I was a betting man, I would guess 20
He
bucks.
developed laws and equations of motion. Of course he did.
Yes. But he did using mathematics, so it doesn't count on Bill's physics.
Oh, okay. Oh, he didn't do definitions. He did mathematics. Mathematics isn't a definition in his world.
It's mathematics, and it's just not rational in his world.
Okay.
even though it's more defined than just using his English or Spanish or whatever, or German, whatever language he wants to speak in.
You okay, Annie?
Yeah, why?
You have to go or something? You're
Oh
checking
no,
your-
I keep getting emails and
Oh,
messages
okay.
on my watch, and I was just reading the preview to see if it was important.
Sweet.
Mhm.
Okay, if that's motion, what is time? Well, the difference with time is that whereas motion is out there, time is not out there. Okay, there's no ticking clock, nothing flowing out there. Relative or absolute, doesn't matter. There's no time.
How do you get motion without time?
That's a good question.
How do you explain motion without time?
I don't know. Maybe he knows.
Or how do you explain time without motion and change?
Oh, block universe.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's just here, and we just imagine it changing because perspective. So we can't.
That's
So
almost,
we can't have.
that's almost true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Out there, time is in here, okay, in the brain. Whereas motion is out there, time is in here. Okay, there is no process called time occurring out there. No ticking clock, no pendulum, no nothing out there. You know, the Earth goes around the sun. We say it's a year. Year is a notion we created. The Earth just goes around the sun. That's it. There's no God of time.
Yeah, he's right about that.
What?
Well, it is interesting how we perceive time. I mean, it's because there's these little still frames, one after another.
Yeah.
You know, like we're perceiving it as continuous, but it's really just these discrete moments, one after another. It's really
Well, that's how, in our cognition, we can see them as discrete moments after another. But then in physics, it would be different.
yeah.
So, what I
Well-
came to this week was that, so bosons are the particles that travel only in space. They don't go forwards in time. They have their same, like light. Light's phase is locked. It doesn't change in time. It changes in space. Its phase. So it's like a wave that stays in space. The wave stays in space. It doesn't change in time. It changes in space, the wave of light. So there's no way to change its phase. Its phase doesn't change. Not in time. But then fermions are localized objects. And so it's like if you were to take this thing in space and have it between mirrors, so like this, when it goes backwards, like when it goes this way and then that way, it'll have a different phase in space. And then it goes again and it'll have a different phase in space. So it can look like it has a phase in time. It can look like it's oscillating in time because every time it reflects, it changes its phase. And so that's how time comes about, is from this reflecting of light that doesn't have time in order to have it perceive like it looks like it has time because its phase is changing. And so relative to another clock. And so relative, like time we can only know relatively. We can only measure it based on something else that also is localized and advancing in phase. And the phases change relative to each other. Yeah, I've messed up that explanation. I have it better written down. But like that's where time comes from. So it's not motion per se.
It's like a what's it called? Derivative of the motion. Yeah.
It's a derivative of two things changing differently. Yeah. If energy is able to stay localized, then it experiences time. As soon as it's non-local, as soon as it's light, then there's no time on it. As soon as it's moving at the speed of light, then there's no time on it. There's only time on it if it's able to stay local to some degree, like moving slower than the speed of light.
Well, yeah, the light that itself doesn't experience time, but there's time between the light's travel path, so it's hard
There's
to
no
say.
time. Yeah, the light that we're absorbing is the light that was emitted at that time.
The light doesn't have time, but between the emission and the reception, there is time.
There's space, no time.
Okay, space. Space with no time. Then what's that difference between the emission and reception then?
The fact that the light that's here is reflecting back and forth and it's changing in phases. So the fact that that's happening makes it look like there's time for the light to get here.
Uh-oh. You just agreed with Bill Gates because he says that, yes, unfortunately you did. He says that's a torsion of the just magic rope. That's what light is. So he actually agreed with him and you didn't know about it.
I never agreed with him. I didn't say it was magic rope.
But yeah, he would pretty much say something oddly similar to what you just said. So you just managed to agree with him.
Yeah, I'm oddly agreeing with him on a few things.
Yes.
Like he's not 100% wrong.
Yeah, it's not 100% wrong. Just
when he's wrong, he's not super wrong. he's got a little bit of right in his wrongness.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's endearing about him. He's not like Terrence Howard, just completely, totally off the wall, backtrack wrong. He's only mostly right. He's not all the way right because he's not willing to do the extra 20%.
Time saying, oh, that's 1 year. No, we defined it that way. Okay. Time occurs.
So he even defined time. He defined it as comparison of two motions. Do you accept this definition?
What?
Yeah, it says so right there. Time comparison of two motions.
Time occurs in the mind of the observer. Okay, like he's talking about two ideas of time. So there's cognitive time. There's there's the time in our cognition, how we experience time. But then there's physics time, which follows equations and which we can measure independently from our cognition. And we only measure it based on phase differences. We measure it based on relativity. Like even like the oldest clocks, they've got a pendulum that swings back and forth to measure time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a phase difference.
Yeah, but we still compare the motions to understand that time, that there's difference in time, right? Even if it's independent of cognition. If we use an apparatus.
Right, like you have two different clocks and one clock is moving relative to the other clock, and that's how you know there's time.
Exactly. So you agreed with his definition, looks like.
No, I didn't. So I think he's conflating two. I think he's conflating the cognitive time with physics time.
All right, let's listen to conflate then.
Okay.
Occurs in the mind of the observer. The two objects are moving out there. The two objects move out there, but there's time is happening in here. Okay, there's no time out there with the two objects moving. It's the comparison that you make. Time involves the motions of two objects, memory, right? You need that memory, and a comparison made by an observer. You need to compare the two motions. Here's an example.
So yeah, here's the catch. He's not using the physics definition of an observer.
Well, he's talking about cognitive time.
Yes.
And yeah, so cognitive time is happening in here. Yes, correct, 100%. But then there's also physics time that is happening out, like I'm using his language, out there and in here, right?
Yeah.
So there is a physics time that's happening out there, but it's also emergent.
Yeah, but any entity can observe physics time. You don't need cognition. And that's the thing he's not getting. You don't need cognition to observe physics time.
Right.
All you need to do is interact to be an observer in physics.
All you need to do is have two frames of reference, and then time has to happen between the two frames of reference.
Exactly.
example, the Earth going around the sun. Okay, that's one motion. Another one is the second hand of your clock, right? And it goes around. When it goes one tick mark from one tick mark to the other, we call that 1 second. The Earth went around the sun 30 kilometers. And if you add those 30 kilometers up, you have a full year. That's what time is. It's a comparison of two motions. Okay, I wave my hand,
I
look
actually
at my
agree with
clock,
him.
and
Yep.
I say, it took
I
me
agree with him there.
so many seconds.
Copy you some agreement that's been established.
There is an agreement. Yeah, time is the comparison of two motions. Sure, I will get on board with that.
Copy, you get a, I don't know what color star. Bronze star. Yeah, bronze star.
Bronze star. Yeah.
Seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, whatever. Okay, so time is a comparison of two motions. That's what it is. And no one has ever defined time. In fact, it would just.
Wait a second. How can no one ever define time? We just defined it right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of other definitions of time too. Even if just because you have a definition doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how can you say no one never defined time? We just defined it. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Destroy all of special relativity if they did define time. So they had better never try to define time, because it will destroy special relativity. Not to mention also general relativity, which bases a lot of its, ideas on
I
special
think
relativity.
special relativity is agreeing with him. Why he's fighting with special relativity, but like special relativity defines time better than anything else. It talks about time being relative. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. It literally agrees with its definition, but it's supposed to destroy it somehow.
Okay.
I don't know how this agreement's gonna destroy it. Maybe he can explain better.
Originated. Special general relativity originated with special relativity. Okay, so when did time start? Well, according to the mathematicians, this is when God set the world in motion. He turned on time at some point in time, right? They say it's like 14 billion years ago. Okay, and that's how our universe was created. Of course, religious folks say, "Hey, where did the singularity appear that started the whole process?" That's the issue. And of course, the relativists can't answer that question, especially on the one hand, they're atheists in general, and they don't believe that there was a God that set things in motion or created the singularity. That's one problem. And so people say, well, where did the singularity come from? How do you create something from nothing? And they don't have a definition for nothing. As always, they don't have definitions. And they never define nothing. And they think space is a thing. And so we have...
I actually have my own personal definition of nothing. It's the background. It's a background.
I remember. I remember your definition. Yeah.
So Bill, you're fibbing. I defined definition of nothing, and a couple years ago I told you what it was. So
this thing called space and this thing called matter, all these things, and they came out of nowhere. And so some of the mathematicians take the view that, well, we don't answer questions of what happened on the first frame of the universal
Right, that's another straw man.
We just start at the second frame when the singularity...
Yep, that's another straw man.
Yeah, he's developing a narrative and saying that narrative is stupid. Well, that's not their narrative. That's your narrative of them.
Yeah, it's commentary over their narrative.
No, he's not even taking their narrative. Other that would require him actually having to listen more than stopping on. Yeah. And the other thing is like, it's like, okay, just because you can't define something or because we don't know the origin of something doesn't mean we're wrong about it, or it doesn't mean...
I mean, he doesn't know either.
Yeah, right. It just means there's more questions to answer, and we're...
But he says, don't worry about the question. You just got to figure it out. Just magic rope.
Okay.
Is already there, and we have no way of knowing what happened before the singularity or how it came to be.
We don't.
And others have this oscillating universe where the universe, collapses and then starts again and collapses into a singularity and then begins again from a singularity. So it's like a cyclical one. So they have all these ideas of how the universe, came into being, how it started, how it progressed, and how particles, were created, right? And here you have the universal movie that they set in motion, that the mathematicians set in motion. In other words, they never start at the singularity. Their universe always starts at is always in the middle of the film. It's always moving. At no point does it remain static.
Bill. If it started at frame 2, that's not the middle of the film. He's being unfair even in his freaking straw man compared to what he even just said earlier in this video. If you start frame 2 is not the middle of the film.
Well, I mean, and then the other thing is science. The job of science isn't to explain the origins of the universe, and it's not to explain, everything. It's to find, to be able to predict outcomes. So unless going back to the beginning of the film is going to help you predict if your bridge is going to collapse, then there's no point. Like it's not science. And knowing what happened at frame 1 is only going to be speculation anyways.
Yeah, it's not science, just philosophy.
Right, it's just philosophy. There you go. Like real science is just predicting outcomes.
Yep.
You can identify the first object and say, this is where the universe started. And here it is. Watch it. There's the movie. Okay. You see the singularity just getting bigger, I guess, becoming this thing we call the Big Bang. Okay. What we know as a Big Bang. Okay. And it's always in motion. You never see it stopping in a way that you can analyze, especially the first frame in the film. Okay. And that's the issue. So they don't have a starting point for the for the movie, for this great movie that they sell, which is the Big Bang Theory. Okay?
And that's false because even he could find a starting point. Even he found it and said, "Oh, no one can find it."
Yeah. I mean, it's a narrative. Like we do have a narrative for how the universe formed. Are we right or are we wrong? Does it even matter? It's like.
How do we do it in science? We do it a little different. We start here. We start with the universal movie, and we say that, assuming there, or you can picture this or visualize this as a movie, right? In a single frame of the universal movie, every atom is at a given distance from every other atom in the universe. So if you had God's eyes and you could see every single atom in the universe, right? Right now, right? You take a snapshot of that, okay, of that image, right? Of with your camera, with your super camera. Here it is. You're taking a snapshot of it, of the universe. We'll call that Father Universe, right? You take a snapshot of that, and you see every atom in the universe only at a given location and at a given distance from all others. And that is essentially the definition of location, the set of all.
He's using my definition of nothing too.
Okay.
Well, wait a second, not quite. So in the red, he kind of uses my definition, but in the pink, you go reverse to his own less effective definition.
So he's describing a deterministic universe here, not a quantum universe.
Yes.
Where it's like in a quantum universe, if you were to freeze time, you don't get localization. You don't know where the thing is. You get momentum and you get a general region of probabilities of where it can be. You don't have absolute location until you've absorbed it. It only collapses into a location when the energy gets absorbed, when it gets transferred. Until then, it doesn't have a location.
But he's using God's eyes, so I guess you can get it. God wants to get it, I guess, right? But that would still be, I guess, quantum determinism, wouldn't it?
I mean, the only reason we have such a thing as location is because of energy transfer. Or information transfer. Without energy or information transfer, then there is no location.
Yeah, I agree with that objection. It's using God's eyes is cheating.
I don't know if it's cheating. It's like it's breaking. It's defining something that is. It's putting certainty on something where its nature is uncertainty.
Exactly. So yeah, I would say it's cheating. Using God's eyes is cheating. Yeah, use some other object to do the what's it called? Observe.
All distances from all object to a single atom or to whatever you designate as a target. Could be you, right? So time is an invention of living entities. We invented time because we have memory. Father Universe only recognizes location, a static concept. All concepts up there that you see in the yellow square there are all static concepts. Object, distance, location, existence, all these are static concepts. There is no motion involved in the definition of any of those words, okay? Father Universe is what? Every atom in existence at a given distance from all others. That's Father Universe, okay? All atoms in existence can only occupy a single frame in the universal movie. So there's only one frame at any point in time, you could say, or at any point in motion, at any location, right? There's only, or single frame, right? There's only, every atom in the universe only occupies a single frame. Next frame, you do not have a cloning of every atom. In other words, when the atom, we say, moves, every atom in the universe moves to a new location and it no longer exists in the previous location. It's not like the atoms are cloning themselves, okay? That's an important point because that destroys all of special relativity. Special relativity has this memory where they say, oh, but the atom was over there, now it's over here, but it's still over there, and I can go back in time and stand on that atom. No such monster in the universal movie. So what serves as a backdrop to all these atoms we collectively refer to as matter is known as space or vacuum. In other words, nothing. What is something? An object, that which has shape. In other words, that's a thing, an object, right? Something is that which has shape. What is nothing?
Yeah, this guy's ST.
Also known.
He's also an ST head.
Yep.
Yeah. This is not SF. Look at his presentation. Look at how ugly it is. It looks like my presentations. It's ST.
Known as
It's not shiny, but I actually like it. It.
Okay.
I also like yours. So I guess I have bad taste.
Yes, you have horrible taste if you like mine. Yeah.
Yep.
Space or vacuum, it's that which doesn't have shape. Okay, we have that which has shape inside of, or you could say encapsulated, or whatever serves as a backdrop is this thing we call nothing or space. Okay, that's the situation there. And Father Universe has no memory, so Father Universe doesn't keep track of time because time involves memory. You can't do time without memory, right? And so here we have good old Father Universe. He just woke up. He goes to sleep for an eternity, right? So Father Universe does not recognize a universal movie. Okay, that's us. We see the movie. We see the moon moving. We see the sun, the earth going around the sun. We see motion, right? Father Universe doesn't recognize a movie. Father Universe only recognizes location, a single frame in a universal movie. Motion is an alien concept to him. Father Universe is only aware of location. In the first frame, in the next frame, all of the atoms that comprise Father Universe are all at a different location. So Father Universe is not aware of this because Father Universe went to sleep for a gazillion years and just woke up from the last frame. Okay? So he awakens. All he knows is at that moment in time or moment of motion or location is the distance of every object, of every atom in the universe from all others. That's all he recognizes. He's not a spectator. He's merely an actor. and he doesn't analyze himself like we do him. Okay? So Father Universe, he goes to sleep in every frame. Okay, goes to sleep. He doesn't know anything about anything. All he knows is he's got all the atoms there, right? All at a given location. Goes to sleep for a gazillion years, wakes up in the next frame, right? Again, he just sees every atom at a given location. Okay, so he doesn't know anything about motion because he doesn't remember what happened in the previous frame. He doesn't know what's going to happen in the next frame. All he knows is at this point in time, every atom has location. Then he goes to sleep, wakes up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I can find a few people that disagree with him. I'm sure both of them would disagree with him.
So I had an enter. I copy and pasted this. I didn't enter here. So the emergence of time. So if we assume spatial particles, bosons, to be the fundamental particles of the universe, then the phase of this particle is limited throughout space. Its phase does not change with time, only with space. So its phase is only with space. However, if you get this particle to reflect back and forth in a cavity, then its phase can vary spatially. Its phase does change in space, and we get the emergence of time. It's basically how I saw time emerge.
Yep.
Wakes up again, next rate. That's the way it works. Okay, Father Universe does not recognize motion or time. Okay, Father Universe also suffers from amnesia, because again, he doesn't recognize memory. And so Father Universe suffers from amnesia. Father Universe lost his memory. Father Universe doesn't remember anything. He does not have a filing cabinet or save files in his computer. Okay, so good old Father Universe, if you want to travel back in time, you better not consult him. He doesn't have any memory. He doesn't know what that is, right? So it's funny when you have people like Brian Greene here. It's shown him in the past. And he's going to jump into a wormhole and see himself in the morning a few hours earlier and shake hands with himself. Yeah, that might be in the religion of mathematical physics, in special relativity, right? But not in science. In science, this is ridiculous. It's irrational. It should not be even shown as science. And this was from a documentary on science. So you can see that what they're feeding the public. They're feeding garbage to the public. This is nonsense.
They are feeding garbage to the public.
Wormholes and going back in time.
Yeah, I agree. They are feeding garbage to the public.
Solutions to the equations. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's
Absolutely
something. But it's something you can watch on Netflix.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
It is entertaining. It is intellectually engaging.
It's all good. Nobody knows what's going on. It's fine. It's all about entertainment.
I agree.
Yeah, highlight Mr. Salt's comment.
What's that? Did you ask a question?
Can you go ahead and highlight Mr. Salt's comment? He feels like he's fighting against.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he might be ISTP. It's embarrassing.
Excellent. But yeah, Mr. Salt says he feels like he's fighting against the group think in science at his base, which is good in some sense, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
Nonsense. And why did they have to create the wormhole? Why did they invent the tachyon? Why did they invent the warp drive? Because they needed to go faster than light. Otherwise, we have no hope here on Earth. We have no place to go. We all die here on Earth. They said, no, we got to give hope to the mathematicians so they can.
There's a couple people that die on Mars and Venus and probably the sun too.
Sure.
Continue doing equations, developing equations. We have to give hope to people who ask. Mathematician, are we stuck here on Earth? No, we're not. See, we're going to go to Mars and we're going to go to the nearest star, and finally we'll conquer the whole galaxy and maybe the whole universe. That's the story they give you. And the question is, can we travel faster than light? Well, if you leave it up to to special relativity, it says no. But yeah, laws are there to be broken.
Oh, I agree, Mr. Salt.
Laws are there to be broken. No. Not in physics.
And he's actually going to agree that they're not, that its laws aren't going to be broken. Listen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. That's why they made these laws, these mathematical laws. Okay, so here's the Universal movie. And one of the problems is that you cannot time travel. Okay, and so no matter how fast you travel, even if you were to travel faster than the speed of light, you would not be able to time travel, meaning you can't go to the past or to the future because they don't exist. That's how simple it is. And here's just a...
See, he went ahead and agreed that he can't break the laws. It says there's no space, there's no place to go to. There's no time, there's no reverse, there's no spot in time to travel to. So there's no time. Well,
that's the thing is if you actually look at time as a phase difference, so then you can go back in time, but all you're doing is changing the phase. You're not changing causality.
Yeah.
You're making the phase go the other way.
Yep. And that's not all that useful.
Sure.
Well, maybe something else.
It doesn't work like media. Media's got science very bad, very wrong.
But then again, don't you generate power by doing phase changes? I need to look that up.
I mean, the Black Mirror stuff where like AI has consciousness. That's entertaining. It's not true, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, court justice says Hanks TE, and you are correct.
Way of illustrating that, if you're in frame 631, you're just at a given location with respect to every object in the universe, no problem. Frame 632, do you make a clone of yourself in the next location, or did you move? Which happened? I mean,
same thing, perspective based.
Should there be two people there in that frame? Is that what Father Universe would find every atom in the universe and two of you? Suddenly, there's two of you and maybe of every atom in the universe. Next frame.
It really depends. Is Father Universe Yox or Throth? If so, then yes. Otherwise, I don't know.
You get three and so on. You're moving down the line and there's always a new you. So is this what happens, that we create clones of you in every location, every frame of the film?
Obviously not. We get the point.
Universe is...
But this was actually one of my issues with time travel, is that like if you travel to like the way the media puts it, it's like if you travel back in time to a certain point, then the next you will travel to that exact same time. And then the next you will travel to that same time. You get a whole bunch of clones because you're all going back to the same time, one after another.
But don't you disappear from wherever you came from, so it's not going to be a big deal, right?
Well, yeah, eventually, if you ever get to that point, you'll all vanish at the same time, I guess. No, you won't. You'll stay there forever unless you guys leave.
But yeah, how working media is, well, it's not going to be, you can assume either you go to a different universe or all the lines converge on stuff anyway, so there won't be multiple use jumping at the same point in time. That's how it. So that's probably not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you have to make many different timelines to account for that. So you're jumping to the same time, just a different timeline every time you jump. So that way you're not making clones of yourself.
Well, you're still making clones, but they're not clobbering each other. They're not clobbering each other, not all on top of each other.
That's right.
In a weird way. So it's pointers. It just pretty much just use pointers. That makes it you're not cloning. You're just jumping, like as you go to it.
Film, the one that he doesn't remember having. He only recognizes a single frame. And so, yeah, we have a problem. And then so when people say, well, this guy, the farthest guy on the right there, He wants to travel to frame 633 to shake hands with himself several hours earlier. Number 3 there in frame 633. Can he do that? Can he travel through a wormhole or through top of a tachyon or warp drive or whatever? Can he go back and shake hands with that guy? No, because that frame 633 does not exist any longer. That's the problem. Okay, so you have to.
If the frame doesn't exist, how is it a movie?
Well, in the movie, going back to 633 is actually going to be at like frame 700. It's just going to look like 633.
Yeah, that's how they saw. That's how the post solved that problem. You just clone that old frame into a new position and just put all the objects together. That's how my.
Yeah, like if you were watching the movie of the guy going through the wormhole, he actually ends up meeting and shaking his hand at a later frame.
Yeah, that's how my file system does it. That's how the software repository does it. So right. it's a solved problem.
Look at this from a rational point of view, and that is that we cannot time travel with or without a wormhole, assuming a wormhole existed, right? We're such.
Well, we could space travel if we still. So if there's just like another copy of the same line, it's not that hard of a problem to solve. It's pretty easy to solve by saying that doesn't exist.
Here, I have got a book for how to remain humble when you've never been wrong in your life. A step-by-step guide. Let's bring yours back.
Yep.
Monsters out there in space that you could just get into the tunnel with your spaceship or nude or whatever and go to the past. What are you going to encounter? Where's the past? What atoms are you going to encounter in the past? The atoms are no longer where your memory says they were. Okay, that's the issue. Up here, you can memorize anything you want. You can imagine going back and talking to Atahualpa or Moctezuma. You can do that with your mind. But do these atoms called Moctezuma, are they still there? Right? Are these?
They're both doing it at the same time. They're both trying to make it all internally consistent.
Yep. And Quartz said if it is a frame, then an existed since it existed at once. If you went back and shook hands to 633, that would have an effect on 634, 635, and so on. So we're pretty much comparing A theory of time to B theory of time. So people thought about this problem.
Yeah, you need to have branching timelines in order to solve that. Otherwise, you get into these problems.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all the changes already happened, but they'll clobber up in a way that will cause contradictions. So
yeah.
Atoms assemble there and you can go back and shake hands with him? I don't think so. And this is the issue. The issue is that these people are selling garbage. They're selling garbage when you talk about time travel to the past.
Back to the people.
That's what I blame too.
You blame the people?
Of course.
No, it's the people.
It's always the people.
They're selling garbage.
Past or to the future. Again, the future hasn't happened, so and the atoms are not there where your mind is. Your mind is in the future, but the atoms are not there. Your atoms are right here. That's the real world. And so are your atoms.
If the future hasn't happened, how do you know this will work, Bill? If the future hasn't happened, how do you know this will work?
Of your body going to travel to the future of Earth, that the atoms are not there yet. So keep all that in mind. This is the difference between them. Here you have the way irrationality works, which is the top particle. right, or a ball or whatever object. And you can see that it just occupies different locations. But the mathematicians have this notion that they make clones of all these balls, and that you can go back in time to whichever one of those balls. Okay, each one at a different location, but the
Benjamin's face palming.
Yeah.
We need to make sure this interview happens somehow. That would be great.
Okay.
location is still there because of time, which involves memory. So you can hop to the past and land on one of those balls, and that's what's irrational. No, objects can now occupy only one location at a time. Oh, went out of focus there. See if I can get myself back in. I don't know what happened here. Maybe I drank too much.
You're good.
There we go. I think I'm getting myself back. I think I'm back. Okay, so they've been developing for the last 100 years equations on all this inexistent stuff. Everything related to special relativity is garbage. It's nonsense. None of it survives rationality. But then they've created, the warp drive, the tachyon, the wormhole. They created dark matter and black holes, which black hole zero dimensional. How can a black hole be there if it's zero dimensional? It's not even an object. And you say, Bill, it's not zero dimensional. Yes, it is. Okay, it is because Subramanian Chandrasekhar, Indian guy, he won the Nobel Prize in 1983 for proving mathematically, right, that radius of a black hole is exactly zero. Radius.
So he done some research. Otherwise, he wouldn't have figured out that name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that name's not in pop culture anywhere. He had read a couple of books, or read some journals and stuff to get that name.
I don't know if that's true though. That's what they proved. That's what their Nobel Prize was for. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, we had to double check that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how you would go about proving what the radius of a black hole is. You have the event horizon, and that's not zero. Okay.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the border. But then again, which border was the real one? The horizons. No, that one's the removable singularities. The event horizon removable, then it has to have that core singularity that I don't even believe in myself. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, I had double check my notes and stuff.
Is zero. That sounds like no volume, no size, no shape. Yeah, that's what it is. Singularity is absolutely zero. And obviously that's one take they had to get around that, so they created the other version. And that is that singularity is really a point of infinity, and you never reach infinity. Meaning that all the matter, which supposedly was crushed out of existence, the sun that collapsed to become a black hole, a singularity, all that matter supposedly was crushed out of existence. There was no matter, meaning no mass, meaning a black hole has no size or no mass. And they said, no, all the matter is still there between the event horizon and the singularity. It's still falling. It's falling forever. It'll never reach the singularity. And that's the other version of a black hole. So they had to solve the problem, and some of them believe in one singularity, the other people believe in the others, so.
The problem he's running into as well is he's describing matter and mass as the same thing. And really what physics is telling us is that there's no such thing. There's only energy. There's no mass or matter.
I didn't get that alarm.
Matter and mass is emergent. So really it's energy.
Okay, let me get pay.
And then energy doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't disappear. It's one of the laws of thermodynamics. Energy can't be created or destroyed. Just change from one form to another.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, what they've been doing is developing equations for all this nonsense, wormholes and
The leprechaun on a
space-time and
unicorn. You put that in
virtual
the middle.
particles, right? That fill.
Yeah. I mean, he's hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, it just really is like a stand-up comedy on physics being the topic. He's just hilarious.
Okay.
Build a vacuum, right? They have black holes. The tesseract, which is the four-dimensional whatever, which is really a three-dimensional version of two nested cubes, etc. They have all this nonsense. Okay, and so what? Now they're, I guess, developing equations for leprechauns and unicorns. So that's the state of
I mean, if
special
it can predict
relativity
the
in a
future,
nutshell regarding.
leprechauns and unicorns are great if they can predict the future.
I agree.
If you can build bridges with them, that's that, and it works. Enjoy.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, no problem with that. That's science.
Yep. And you can clip that if you want, Bill.
You can clip that.
Time. We're going to get into
know him?
now how
Were you
that
talking
affects
before?
mass.
Emailed them.
I think I'm on their Patreon and stuff.
Oh, you're paying him for his videos?
I think I stopped doing it, but I did pay him for a couple years, $1 a month for a couple years.
Oh, wow.
It's important to give that as an introduction to know where we headed next with mass. But we're not finished with time, really, so I have to cover this base, and that's the issue of simultaneity. Okay, what does simultaneous
Oh, you were thinking about this bomb too, right?
Sure.
So, yep.
mean? And boy, the special relativist, especially Einstein, he got tied up in knots trying to figure out simultaneity. And here it is. This is the definition from the Wikipedia. In mathematical physics,
The scholarly journal known as the Wikipedia, right?
Yeah, I noticed also he was taking like some pop science journals, like not even journals, articles that like some weirdo wrote, and he's like, oh, they say yeah, he's not arguing against science, he's arguing against these journals. Okay, anyways.
Yep.
I put the mathematical in there, right? Because that's not physics. The relativity of simultaneity is the concept that distance simultaneity, whether two spatially separated events occur at the same time, is not absolute. Okay, so they're saying two events do not necessarily happen at the same time, but depends on the observer's reference frame. Okay, that's when they happened. When each observer, according to his reference frame, says it happened. Okay, this became a central idea in the special theory of relativity. So keep in mind, special relativity is based on this nonsense that it depends on the reference frame of the observer. So there is no simultaneous occurrence. If, like I say, if you shake hands with someone, that did not happen at the same time. For you, it happened this time. For him, it happened at another time because you were in a different frame of reference.
They happened at effectively the same time because they're very close. They happened at effectively the same time. But like if you look out in outer space and at the cosmic microwave background radiation, that we're getting that now, but the time of that light was emitted was 14 billion years ago. So, but to us, it looks like now. So the events that happened back then, we are seeing now.
Yep. And to the light itself, it looks like now.
Right. So there's like, it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to get here. And we're attracted to where the sun was. Like gravity is being affected to where the sun was 8 minutes ago, not where the sun is now, quote unquote. So
Yeah.
like effectively, it doesn't really even mean anything to say the sun is somewhere else now than where, like, the sun actually is affecting us. It effectively is where we see it.
Exactly.
That's more or less like it is. People say, well, Bill, you're you're making a joke out of these people, but that's what it amounts to. Okay, it amounts to saying that, you know, if a star exploded in a given frame of the Universal movie, and everybody sees it at different times, well, the star exploded in that given frame of reference, in that frame of the Universal movie. What people perceive, what they measure, you know, what they think happened is different. Okay, and so again, special relativity has to do a lot on with observers, and in science we kill the witness. There are no witnesses, there are no observers in science. We just need to explain what happened, and for that you need to establish the objects and the definitions, and that's where special relativity just falls apart completely. According to the special theory of relativity, it is impossible to say in an absolute sense that two distinct events occur at the same time if those events are separated in space. Absolute poppycock. Absolute poppycock. They say that there's no...
Comment on that.
I mean, I'm agreeing with Wikipedia. Sounds right to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
way of telling. It's impossible to say whether two events happen at the same time or in the same frame of the Universal movie, essentially. If one reference frame assigns precisely the same time to two events that are at different points in space, a reference frame that is moving relative to the first will generally assign different times to the two events. In other words, what they're saying is, if you're moving and I'm moving, we're both moving with respect to, I don't know, a supernova, and you're in one planet, I'm in another, we're going to see different things. So I'm going to assign a different time according to...
I don't think it is profound, but do you want to answer, Jay, Hank?
So how is this really profound? It's not. No, that didn't sound profound. It sounded funny.
It's funny. So you're not taking him seriously. You're watching it.
Yep, I'm watching it for laughs.
To my clock and my calendar than you and yours. Well, I don't care about that. That's measurement. The question is, did the supernova happen in a given frame of the Universal movie? That's the question. And these people are trying to tell you that the event did not happen in a single frame, that in your frame it happened in your frame of reference, according to your location, your distance from the event. This event happened in this frame of the Universal movie, and in the other fellow's version, it happened in a different frame of the Universal movie. That is absolute poppycock nonsense of Einstein and special relativity. That has no place in science.
Okay? No, that's right. That's right. Every particle is its own camera. Every particle is its own frame, is its own universe.
Yes, every particle is its own observer, so
it's its own universe, it's its own observer.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter about simultaneity or when something happened. It matters for each particle when they got the information.
Yes. So you just misunderstood the model.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, they talk about a car crash happening in two places. And the question is whether, the guy sees it, in London, whether he sees it from a spaceship or whatever. Absolute nonsense. Let's show this in images so that people are convinced of the argument, so they can use it against any special relativists out there. Okay, let's make sure we smirk and laugh at them and make if you can't beat them, ridicule them. That's my take on that. Okay, so here it is. Here's two supernovas happening in a given frame of the Universal movie. It happened in frame 632. You can see two supernovas. They happen in that frame. That's when it started, when the explosion was about to start. They both happen exactly on that same frame. Okay, and they keep growing from there on. But we have two observers, one very close to the two events and the other one farther away. Okay, and so what happens in the next frame of the film? Well, we got to look at this frame by frame, okay? So here we have the first frame, right? And nothing happened. And here in the second frame, we have the supernova happening, but neither of the two observers has seen any of these two events happen, okay? But the two events happen in a given frame of the Universal movie because, every atom in the universe is at a given location.
So what he's talking about is we are an observer watching this whole thing happen. Like he's taking us out of the picture, but we are actually in the picture. We are actually far away from these people, and we're far away from these supernova. And so we're seeing the supernova happen, and we're seeing these people not realize the supernova happen. And then what we'll be able to see is the light from the supernova slowly getting to these people, and then these people will see the supernova. So we can actually see causality from our frame of reference. But the thing is, we are one of these people experiencing this supernova. And by the time we see the supernova, those people have already experienced the supernova. We just haven't seen them experience it yet. So it's as if they haven't.
Yes, but it's confusing is he cheats by using the eyes of God to work
Right.
around the fact
But
that we had to wait to see it too.
There's no eyes of God here. There is a camera. There's a camera taking picture of the universe and the frames.
Yeah, so if we just use the normal model, well, we had to wait to see it too, and then they'll actually see it before we do because we observe them observing it.
Right, exactly. They observed it before we saw them observe it.
With respect to all others, there's distance between any two atoms. There's only one frame in the universal movie. There are not 2 frames or 10 frames. There's no movie. Father Universe does not recognize a movie or motion or time, right? So these 2 events, this thing that's about to happen, this explosion, happened just by sheer coincidence in the same frame of the movie. Let's not talk about time or motion. Let's say it's in the same frame of the universal movie, and you can see the 2 observers are in different reference frames, right? In different locations. Okay, so what happens next? Well, the light from the event starts exploding, right? And it's probably going to arrive at the first observer far faster than it arrives at the second observer, okay? Because the second observer is simply too far away from the event, okay? So what happens next? Well, in the next frame, you can see what's happening. The light now reaches one of the events of, we'll call it supernova number 1, the one on the top, reaches the first observer, okay? But as you can see, the light from the second supernova, right, we'll call it the second one, the one on the bottom, is a little farther away, so it hasn't reached his eyes yet. Only the first one has. And neither of those 2 events has reached the second observer, okay, because he's just too far away from the 2 events.
Why did you make it so small?
Okay, so what happens next?
It's tiny.
I think we'll get the point either way.
Yeah.
Next. Well, now we have frame number 5 here, 635. The observer, first observer, he sees now for the first time the event of the second supernova. He's already seen the first one. And the second observer, he hasn't seen either one of them. He's still waiting for the light to come to him from either event. And we'll put this final frame here, okay? We'll call it frame 636, I think it is, yeah. And now for the first time, observer number 2 sees the event from the first, sees the light from the first event, but he doesn't see the light from the second event yet.
What's really cool here is
so you can see the progression.
When the second observer sees the supernova, he'll also see the first observer seeing the supernova at the same time. He's not going to see the supernova and then the person seeing it. He'll see both at the same time.
Yes.
The issue is that this event happened in frame number 2. Let me put this up here. Happened in frame number 2, 632. And you can see the sequence here of when they all see, in what frames they see the events happen. So this is the way it really occurs. And what we're saying is that 2 supernovas occurred exactly in the same frame. They can only occur in the same frame in this example. And the light reaching each observer and what they measure and how fast they're moving and all this stuff has no bearing on the simultaneity, which is a single frame of the universal.
But that's where he's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
because simultaneity is relative to the observer, and he's getting around with asserting the eyes of God.
Yeah.
Movie. That's what simultaneity is in science, not in the religion of special relativity. So again, we have to put it in the right context. What is versus what people measure. You know, what people measure is irrelevant in science. We don't care about measurement.
What?
You know, we care about.
Okay. I think he hasn't defined science, so I don't know. I can't understand what he's talking about. Maybe the way he defined science, he's right.
Maybe
the guy who gets on everybody for bad definitions has not defined his words.
I think they'll find out.
Yeah.
What is reality? And these people are out of touch with reality because they come up with all this nonsense based on their measurements. They say, well, I measure this. And the other guy said, well, I measure that. And so those two measurements don't coincide. And so they reach different conclusions. And they had to create the equations to justify each one of the opinions of when the event happened. So they concluded, instead of saying that the two relativists are irrational, they said, no, the event did not happen at the same time.
If you're talking about measurements, it's not opinions, it's perspectives. You're measuring the difference between perspectives.
Yep.
Not opinions.
Yeah, but he interprets opinions because he assumed the mind of God. I mean, yeah, he assumed the eyes of God, he assumed the mind of God to work around having a perspective. He assumes there's an objective perspective, and that's how he gets to his conclusion.
Time. For me, it happened this time. The other one happened that time. It's like you go to a jury, a trial, you know, and the guy is both guilty and innocent. The defendant, he's both guilty and innocent. For one juror or half of the jurors, he's guilty. For
it's Schrodinger's court.
Yep, Schrodinger's court.
The other half, he's innocent. Okay, so should we flip a coin? Well, instead of giving him 10 years, we'll give him 5 year sentence because it's.
Well, they actually do that. They actually do that in actual court.
Do they? Okay.
Some of them.
All right.
Or they disconvict, then they bump the rears down.
I don't understand why is he using court as a standard truth here. Court is not a standard truth. I'm sorry.
Because it's a good for persuasion.
We could definitely invent a court where someone's guilty and innocent at the same time. We could do that. It doesn't mean it's like, yeah, I don't know.
We call it kangaroo court.
Yeah, sure.
Half the jury. Okay, so that's the way it works in special relativity. They all vote and they say, well, we'll use the equations to justify that we're all right. He's right and so am I. It's all relative. Right. Okay, so how does all this affect mass? Well, we have massive problems in special relativity with what? With definitions. There are no definitions in mathematical physics, so you can't arrive.
Oh, that's false. That's false.
It is false.
In any conclusion, you cannot understand what these people are trying to translate, okay, from their math to the ordinary language. And
so the issue is that ordinary language isn't precise enough to describe and or explain the event. That's why they don't use it.
There's a problem there because people want to know in regular language what happened. And these people are translating their mathematical concepts and trying to do the physical interpretations with their mathematical concepts. So they bring in words such as field and energy and mass and time. And the other person says, well, I didn't understand squat. Yeah, he didn't understand squat because the presenter, the mathematician, he didn't understand squat. Okay, he says.
Are you talking about yourself here? I think he's talking about himself. You didn't understand squat because why the presenter didn't understand it? That's why you can't understand it? I got you. I got your back, buddy.
Well, I understand it in the world of math, but I cannot translate that into the language of ordinary speech. Of course not, because the language of mathematics, right, which has nothing to do with physics, right, mathematical physics, that's a contradiction in terms, right, an oxymoron, right? Mathematics is, descriptive, a quantitative language, if we can call it a language. Some guy was telling me that's not even a language, because a language has to express itself, it has to be able to give you about causation and explanations and theories. And he's right to that in that sense. All languages, I don't care if it's Chinese or Greek,
I care.
and express thought.
I care what language it's in. I can't understand Chinese or Greek.
Yep. Yeah, I care too.
Thoughts and explain.
I guess he's using the ears of God to get around that issue.
He's using the ears of God. So basically, he's trying to declare himself God. That's his problem. You got to humble yourself.
Oh, Mr. Star's says he needs a definition for normal language. So pretty much like even if you played D&D, they were called common. Yeah, so common is language and not a technical language.
Things math cannot explain. Math is a language that has no power. In fact, it's impossible for it to explain anything. It can only describe. And these people are trying to explain how the universe works, because they do give you a physical interpretation and explanation known as a theory, right? They call it a theory, even though it's not a theory. There are no theories in mathematical physics that are rational. Why? Because
he has a private definition of rational.
Yeah, he's using that a lot. He's using rational and irrational as complements and stupidity. Yeah. Instead of smart and stupid, he's using rational and irrational.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Mr. Lowe says normal is hard to measure in context of language. And and probably linguists would probably agree. I actually don't know what the linguists would think. We need to ask them.
But mathematics can predict the future with a lot of accuracy. That's why they use it. That's why they model physics in math, so that they can just use equations to predict the future. Like, what a great tool. I don't get what his problem is with that.
Because he doesn't understand the math. So
that's right. Yeah, that's right. He doesn't want to understand it.
Exactly. I mean, he's been at this for like over a decade. So he just really doesn't want to understand it.
He could have just understood it by now, but instead he's fighting it so much for a decade.
Yeah, but at least he's finding why he fights it. So I'll let it slide.
We're trying to do the theory, the explanation, the physical interpretation with mathematical concepts. They're moving concepts around. They're saying, oh, the mass moved this and the field vibrated and the wave came down to us oscillating up and down. That's the problem. The problem is that the language it's not even a language, but assuming it's a language, a descriptive language. That's all it is. It cannot explain. So why do the mathematicians who call themselves physicists cross the line into physics and try to give you an explanation, a physical interpretation of how the universe works? Why are they looking for a theory of everything, meaning how you merge or you?
I do think theories of everything are ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense in science to have a theory of everything, because a theory of everything doesn't do anything.
Theories of everything are ridiculous. I don't know. They're a good way to try to make sure things are internally consistent.
I mean, if you don't stop the theory in a context, it doesn't really do anything at all.
The theory of everything is trying to give a context to everything.
So if your map is literally the territory, then your map is useless.
If your map is the territory, then it's useless.
Yeah, if your map is a territory, it's not very useful as a map.
Yeah.
And that's what I think about theories of everything. So it's technically a one-to-one replica territory. The map's a one-to-one replica territory, but can't use it to navigate.
The court jester is bored. It's your job to entertain us, court jester. So hop on and entertain. It's not our job to entertain you. Come on, court.
I have an idea. We'll push him, make his playback speed a little faster.
But then that means anyone watching us on playback speed faster is going to have to slow it down.
We're just going to be bored faster.
Yeah, we'll be bored faster.
Unite light with gravity, meaning, you have to visualize something. You have to say, how is gravity like light? There has to be something that mediates both. And for that mediator, it has to be a physical entity. And they're not thinking in those terms. They're looking for an equation. And so we have a problem because these people are the wrong people to be doing physics. Okay. But everybody thinks they're intelligent.
I see his problem. So he probably tried to do physics, and then everyone's like, okay, what are your predictions? What are your equations? He's like, I don't have equations. Equations are stupid. I was like, okay, well, then we can't accept you into our journal because we need some predictions.
Exactly. That is it. You got
it. So now he's shitting on the whole idea of equations. Okay.
Exactly. And that's why it's hilarious. Because he could have just came up with some equations.
I don't know. That's just the narrative I made up, but that's the narrative that makes sense.
No, from what I know about him, I knew about him for years. About the government years. That's it. You got it.
All right.
They're not very intelligent because they've come up with all this poppycock with dark matter, dark energy, and now they're in a hole because they cannot explain anything.
So I do agree that they're in a hole with dark matter and dark energy, but still, equations actually make it. They takes the edge off at least. The equations definitely take the edge off.
Yeah, there's something wrong with our theories, I think. I think there's something wrong. Like, if we're not able to find dark matter and dark energy, but we need them to make the equations exist, well, then there's something wrong with our theories. We have to adjust them. We've got to update them. Doesn't mean you throw them out. They're still really good at predicting the future.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They say they use dark matter as a spirit that they introduce into their physical interpretation. They have these invisible spirits like dark energy, dark matter, black hole, wormhole, etc. Right? They even have virtual particles that come in from the void. These are all spirits. It's the religious people of the old who have become now the mathematicians, and they think they're scientists because they're explaining all this stuff with these inexistent, invisible, dark, black, spirits. We can't see them, we can't touch them, but they're there, right? They tell the astronomer, go look for it. Go look for a black hole. What is it? It's a zero-dimensional nothing. Okay, I'll look for it. Let's see if it shows up on my telescope, okay? Okay, so what was the problem? The problem is definitions. It starts with a problem with definitions. They never had a definition for the word mass, just like they never had one for time. And here we have a difference between good old Newt, right, and good old Einie. You can see that these two guys had a different notion. In fact, it's Einie who created.
Yeah, he has nicknames for all of them. And I think he draws a lot of sketches too. I don't think he just cut these ones out, but he draws sketches too.
Created a different notion of mass. He had to, in order to get his special relativity so-called theory, through, which is a mathematical description anyways. Okay.
Well, he just contradicted himself. He said they didn't have a notion in mass, and he's presenting their notion of mass. But then he says, well, the notion of mass isn't rational, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, then he also has relativistic mass is not referenced in nuclear and particle physics. He doesn't know what that means.
Exactly.
Of course it is. Relativistic mass is how you have momentum and rest mass. Like, the fact that you have a rest mass means you have a relativistic mass. Anyways.
Exactly. Yep.
I think he's trying to talk about the fact that general relativity and quantum mechanics don't mix, and I don't see why anyone thinks they don't mix. I hear that all the time as like a buzz, I don't know, a talking point, but it's not true. They do mix. They mix perfectly.
The thing is, they wanted to be like homogenous, and there's a couple incompatibilities between
But that's the narrative everyone says, but it's not true. They're completely compatible.
I haven't decided yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Part is totally
Whoops. Screen again.
irrational, has no place in science. And so this comes from the Wikipedia. It says the notion of mass as a property of an object from Newtonian mechanics does not bear a precise relationship to the concept in relativity. No, it's not even precise. It's not even comparable. They're talking about two different things. Newton was talking about quantity of matter. Quantity of matter is something you count. Okay, what was Einstein talking about? He was talking about weight, and weight we measure. And actually, it's not actually weight, as we'll find out in a minute. But that was the closest thing you can come up with.
No. Okay, keep going.
If you're talking about what Einstein was referring to when he was talking about mass, relativistic mass, all this stuff, he was talking about weight, but a different form of weight. And I'll get to that in a second. So the Wikipedia continues, says relativistic mass is not referenced in nuclear and particle physics, right? Because they can't. And they only showed in popularizations. Yeah, because they can only talk about nonsense. And so they say, we'll feed this to the public, popularizations. And that's what the public reads anyway. They don't read the so-called scientific literature, the mathematical literature. They don't read that. So you have to kind of translate.
Well, they don't know that Sci-Hub exists. They're not going to pay $100 to read some white paper. And I won't either. But I still read the white paper sometimes. Via Sci-Hub.
It in the way you want it for them, and you can always have the excuse that, we cannot put our equations exactly in ordinary speech. We cannot translate that exactly because Father Universe speaks a different language, and he doesn't have to conform to our way of thinking. And that's philosophy, anyways. And they go on through all these excuses, right? Okay, so what's different between Newton and Einie there, right?
So he deals with sketches he done. He drew them himself.
He drew these himself? I don't really.
I could when I tried to do a reverse image lookup on some of these sketches, I got nothing. So he drew. So
your conclusion is he drew them himself? Okay.
Either that or he commissioned them, but I think I can't prove either way.
Can you look up bobblehead Einstein and then or AI can do it too?
Yeah. But he was doing this before.
I'm sure you'll find the bobblehead Einstein.
Yeah. But yeah, he was doing this for so long before you could just use that.
I don't think he drew them because his overall visual presentation is very ugly.
Yes.
So if he was that tuned in to artistry, I think his video would look nicer.
But then again, those don't look all that pretty either. So,
let's just say he drew them, even though we all know he didn't. Yeah.
No, and they're in two different styles. One of them is like
right.
a print press style, and the other one is a pencil drawing. They're not even driven by. They're not even from the same artist.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
I do some more research because I couldn't find my image map when did reverse image.
Why are you fact checking his images?
We should.
We should. Yeah, we should. Yeah, bobblehead Newton and bobblehead Einstein.
Yeah, I couldn't find another source for them, so I just had to conclude. Well, he must have either commissioned them himself or he just drew them himself, and he has a lot of time in his hands, so I just assume he drew them himself.
Okay.
Yeah, Einstein, right? This is from Newton's book, Principia, right? Mathematica. The quantity of matter is the measure of the same, arising from its density and bulk conjunctly. In other words, Newton defined, in his mind at least, he defined mass as the quantity of matter. And we can all more or less understand.
See, he contradicted himself. He said earlier in this very video that Newton didn't define matter, and then he researched and presenting Newton's definition now.
Yeah, I mean, at Newton's time, that was good enough. Like, why not? he had to make it into a mathematical quantity. He had to define it somehow.
Exactly.
Understand what he's saying. We don't have a unit for the mass. We don't have a unit of mass. We could count units and say, well, it's 10 units of mass. In other words, 10 x's, whatever x is, right? And so, but he had this notion that, mass is just a quantity of matter. And he said, is this quantity that I mean here, hereafter, everywhere under the name of body or mass? Okay, so that was his definition of mass, the quantity of matter, essentially. Weight, what was weight in his mind? He said the quantity or amount of matter being moved. Now he's talking about the motion, okay? And so, yeah, he was referring to the fact that, an object falls to earth, right? Like a stone or whatever to the center of the earth. And he says that motion, that's what he was calling weight, meaning gravitational acceleration. So he had this notion. This is the one he put forth. Einstein had to change that. And not only Einstein, Poincaré, Lorentz, all these people had the same notion. They had to change all that because they couldn't make sense of Newton's straightforward language. And the main reason is quantity of matter, right? Like a ball, quantity of balls. You have 10 balls. That whole thing is called one body, and we call that a quantity of matter. We can all understand that. But mathematicians, they don't work with objects. They don't work with objects at all, and that's where they failed. All they do is they work with numbers. And so they had to start talking about the motion, the inertia, the energy. They started introducing all these weird, undefined concepts, which they later on gave to the public. And then the public today talks about energy and force and field and time as if it were common language, and nobody understands what they're saying. Nobody ever, pinpointed what they're saying. And so Einstein had to change this mass, a measure of a body's inertia. Now, Einstein understood inertia. He did talk about inertia also. In fact, he defined it in his, right before the scholium, in his first definitions, where he talks about mass, right? So he already had a notion of inertia. But that's what Einstein emphasized, the body's resistance to any attempts to change its velocity. Okay, now that has a double meaning. This is what we're going to look at here when we talk about mass. It has a double meaning. There's two meanings to this, okay? The first one is gravity. We all understand that. Body falls to earth, right? And we call that gravity. But
yeah, it's two expressions of mass, not meanings of mass.
Exactly. But Bill doesn't get that.
Yeah.
Is that mass? No, we call that weight, because we're saying it's the acceleration that the earth, for some reason, magical reason, it's apparently pulling, right? Some believe it's pushing.
The magic ropes, that's the magical reason. So we get that jab in there.
But it's pulling on the object, or the object is falling towards the earth, right? So there's an acceleration, 9.8 meters per second square. That's the.
Is that what it was? He had this magic rope theory. He had this magic rope theory, and he tried to present it as truth, and then everyone rejected him and ridiculed him. And so now he's going on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, you can read his book to find out what more about his magic rope and his phantom thread.
Right, like that was old. Like all that stuff is really old theory of his. Like it's a TI he couldn't get rid of. He couldn't let go of this TI.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Okay. Poor guy.
For every per second, for every second that goes by. So it's going faster and faster and faster. Okay. But that's weight. Okay. So Einstein's referring to weight. But where's the catch? Well, what if you're going sideways? Now you're not falling towards the earth. Now you're falling towards the side. And that's not gravity, is it? So
no, you're still falling towards the earth when you're traveling to the side still.
I don't know. He's strawmanning. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's strawmanning.
Well, we'll get there. Give me a second here, okay? We'll clarify that. Okay, but that's what I'm referring to here. Okay. Anyways, here we have from the Wikipedia. It says the word mass has two meanings. As always, everything in mathematical physics, mathematics, as we call it, has many meanings, especially to confuse not only the mathematicians but anybody who listens to them. Okay, so it has two meanings in special relativity: invariant mass, also called rest mass, right? And is an invariant quality, meaning it doesn't change, right? Which is the same for all observers in all reference frames. What are they talking about? They're talking about if the thing doesn't move in your local frame of reference in front of you, right? You're not traveling, even if you're traveling 1,000,000 miles per second, it doesn't matter. You have this object in front of you, this rock, right? It's standing still. It's not moving with respect to anything around you. That's the rest mass. What are they talking about? Quantity of matter. That's what they're talking about. They're saying this is how many atoms, assuming if we could take the hydrogen atom, for example, and use it as a unit of mass, we would say, okay, this rock has a gazillion hydrogen atoms. That's the mass of the object. Instead, what we do, we take
Yeah,
a
he's
rock,
not-
we put it on a scale, and we weigh it. And
Like he's not wrong, but it's just like he's talking about the number. He's counting atoms. Well, what about one atom? One atom has mass. That's what Einstein's talking about. One atom. So how much? It's like the measure, the number. Like an electron is one, and a proton is one, and they have different mass.
Good question.
Like, is a
We say,
proton a bunch of electrons? Is that how it works? No, that's not how it works.
Well, look out. The proton's a bunch of quarks, which is also fermions.
Which is also quarks are much heavier than an electron,
Yeah.
higher mass. So like that's what matters. Like there's a quantitative value of mass, not number of particles. Okay, anyways, we're not counting.
The math magician just trying to confuse you by having.
No, they're not. They're trying to clarify this stuff. This is confusing as hell if you're talking about number of stuff.
Yep.
it's so many kilograms. So they weigh it, they measure quantity of matter. And that's wrong. Quantity of matter means you count. You count every unit, whatever the unit is. You designate a unit, say so many units. That's mass. But see, they couldn't do that.
But does part of the universe count?
We can't measure your weight. We have to count all of your cells, and we have to count the atoms in your body. It might take a while.
Yeah, does God know how to count, Bill? Does God count?
God can count instantaneously. He doesn't have that problem.
Yeah,
we have to measure things.
He has axiom of choice.
Atoms.
Yeah, God invented the axiom of choice. So
yeah, because they can't count every atom in a rock or in anything for that matter. And so what they say is, what we do is we measure. We measure, we put it on a scale, and we tell you how much it weighs. And that's the quantity of matter in terms of weight. So while the relativistic mass,
that's about force that the objects.
That's right.
Applying. So.
And based on equations, you can use the force to deduce its mass.
Yeah, but then again, here comes the Star Wars joke. So,
right.
we must be wrong.
Mass is dependent on the velocity of the observer. So they're saying that, if you've got an observer moving with respect to you, you're in your reference frame, in your frame of the universal movie. You can say you're in your frame, right? Your frame of reference. You're standing still, what is called proper mass, right? And you hold the rock in your hand. The guy that's moving, he measures the weight of the rock at a different value than you do. Because they're looking at the speed of light, how it intervenes in there. See, the speed of light is in the equation for mass contraction, mass increase, right? So this is important to notice. But again, quantity of matter is counting all the marbles. Weighing is, putting them on a scale and giving you a value such as a kilogram or a pound or whatever. Okay, so we have to understand the difference between counting and measuring first, and second, between quantity of matter and what Einstein referred to as relativistic mass. Okay, so here we have a situation, okay, so that you can more or less visualize what I'm talking about here, okay? We have an elephant, two elephants, in fact. We have Dumbstein, Dumbostein, and Frankenstein, okay? And we have these two elephants. They're twins. They both weigh exactly the same, 5 tons each. In fact, we don't have to have two elephants. We could have a single elephant and just do the experiment with a single elephant, okay? But the one on the left is falling at a quarter of the speed of light. The other one falls at 0.95% of the speed of light, okay? So Frankenstein there, he's going to fall a little faster than the guy on the left. Let me stop
for a second.
Okay?
So one of the things he's not getting is there's something called a rest mass. It's something that's not moving, which is impossible. Everything moves. So the rest mass is, everyone agrees on the rest mass. There's no, it's not based on speed. But then mass is really forms of energy. So it will gain mass because it's gaining momentum. Momentum is energy. So what it's gaining from relativity is momentum. And like we said, at the speed of light, c, it has an infinite momentum. So it's an infinite amount of energy.
But where is this?
So that's why mass increases.
Yeah. So where is this? What's it called? Universal agreed on rest mass come from? Does God have a scale? A scale of God, or is it just?
The rest mass is the energy from the energy from non-speed motion, from non-momentum.
Yep.
There's an energy component that's not from momentum, and that's the E equals mc squared stuff.
Yep. But that's math and magic, so it's irrational.
Sure.
Now, the guy on the left is falling slower. Why? Because he's got a sun. He's falling towards the sun. He's falling towards the star, center of the star, which is a small star. And the other guy is falling to a big star. Okay, and so we put a scale on, somewhere on the surface of these two stars, right? Yeah, Frankenstein is going to fall faster.
Notice that he didn't use an acceleration. He used a percentage.
He didn't, yeah, he skipped over acceleration.
Yeah, probably because
he doesn't even know basic Newtonian physics. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't understand acceleration, so he just
how is he so good at figuring this stuff out? Like relatively good. Like he's not completely dumb, but then he doesn't get basic things like this. Anyways,
you'll find out soon when you interview him.
No, I'm not. Are you going to schedule him for me?
Sure, I'll see what I can do.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's what's happening here. And so the question is, has the mass of the elephants changed? And the answer is no. For every frame of the film that you can have a look at the elephants, they always weigh 5 tons. And here, let me show that to you. Okay, here we have in every frame. I hope you can see that. Every frame of the
he keeps using those same frames. I guess this multiverse confirmed, because I think this is like the 4th time we use those same frames.
That's right. Yeah, multiverse confirmed. He just didn't want to rewrite all the numbers. I know what he did. He put them all there on Paint, and he didn't want to rewrite the same numbers. He just changed like the contents of the frames.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But rewriting numbers is pretty easy, if you ask me. But then again, I don't use.
But why bother? Would you, unless you have a weird ass Hank watching, nitpicking on that kind of stuff? Why would you bother? I'm with him. I'm good.
Okay.
The film, the elephants have 5 tons, and the one on the right is falling at a faster rate simply because he's falling to a bigger star, but has his weight change, has his mass change. Well, the mass has not changed. The weight has changed because as he's falling, he weighs more at different locations than the guy on the left. Okay, the guy on the left is falling at a slower speed, slower acceleration. So at any frame of that film,
well, he used the term acceleration, but he didn't use the math of acceleration because math's bad. It would have been, with what he knows, should have been easy enough to make it an acceleration. Well, a bit more. He could have done it. It's something that he is capable of doing just based on what he knows. But he decided not to do it.
From 632 onwards, right? The guy on the right is going to weigh more, but the mass of the two elephants is always the same. Okay, so yeah, we can't say that Einstein is correct when he says that the change in velocity and something that changes the velocity. Well, here we have a star that's changing the velocity of these two objects, the elephants, right? And their mass doesn't change. So what was Einstein talking about? And again, what he's talking about is the fact that there's 3 kinds of masses invented by the mathematicians, beginning with Newton. And here it is. This is the first one. Newton has this quantity of matter. That's where he started, right?
I mean, he has the equation. He has the equation. That's all I know. He could make. He knows what acceleration is. He literally has the equation.
Yeah, that's Newton's equation. Yeah,
exactly. So.
Yeah, they're both Newton's. They're both Newton's equations. F equals ma is also Newton.
Yes, we're both Newton's equations. So we know for certain he knows he knows what acceleration is, even in a mathematical sense, because he just wrote it down and presented it to us. So
you can write down equations without understanding them, though.
That's a good point. He could just copy and paste them. Let's see if he knows what he's talking about.
I'm willing to bet he knows enough.
Say again?
I'm willing to bet he knows enough.
Yep.
This downwards mass, right? and he calls that gravitational acceleration or weight. Okay, and you can see the equation if we turn it around. His gravitational equation, the mass of the object is going to be equal to everything that's on the right: force, distance squared over gravitational constant g, mass of the Earth. Right. Now, of course, if you change the mass of the Earth for mass of the Moon, which is 1/6 of the mass of the Earth, well, that mass of the observer is going to be less. Okay, so you can see that the mass changes, right, if we have a different object attracting it downwards, right, towards the, we'll call downwards towards the center of an object, right, like to the center of the Earth or to the center of the Moon. But Einstein developed a different notion, and he's talking about
the mass doesn't change. Your mass doesn't change on the Moon versus the Earth. The force changes, not the mass.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he doesn't get the math. Okay. Okay.
Inertia, not really downwards. He, it's like he included all of them, the downwards as well, where he fails. But he had this one sideways, which is not really gravity. It's like you moving sideways. And the problem with that is he's talking about the velocity of light. He's introducing the velocity of light in that picture. And you can't do that here on Earth. To be able to do what he's trying to do, you got to do it out there in space, because you're going to talk about the velocity of light sideways from the observer's point of view. But what are you staring at? You're staring at gravity, because the object is falling towards the sun or a star, like we just showed, the elephant falling, right? And he, from a point of view of gravity, he's falling straight downwards towards the center of that object. Okay, so the fact that the observer is seeing the whole image sideways, Einstein got confused and he thought that, that's not gravity, or he can talk about the inertia or the acceleration or the change in velocity, but he's talking about gravity, because the object can only fall in outer space towards another celestial object, such as the Earth, the Moon, or the sun, or any star for that matter. And so this is the issue. The issue is there is really no three notions. But if you take the second notion there, the weight, and you take the third one there, the relativistic sideways, both of them are gravity. Both of them are gravity. So there's only two notions. One is weight, and the other one's mass. And mass has nothing to do with inertia, and has nothing to do with motion. Mass is simply counting atoms, the number of atoms. In fact, here we have a very trustable source, reliable source, and that's the American Museum of Natural History. So they tell you what the difference between mass and weight is.
He likes those pop science articles.
Yeah. Yeah, weight is force. Mass is something else.
So that nobody has any doubt. It says mass and weight may seem like the same thing, but in fact, these two measurements are very different. Mass is the total amount of matter.
Mass isn't a measurement. Yeah.
Sounds familiar there? Or stuff in an object. Weight is the force of gravity on an object, on that same object. Okay, mass always stays the same. Yeah, tell that to Heine. But weight can change depending on how much gravity is acting upon an object. Okay, so we have all these contradictions, because all these people talk about mass and weight, and they say, yeah, they teach you in high school or even in college. They say, look, mass is not weight, weight is not mass. Okay, that's first of all a lie, because we have no way of distinguishing between the two, and both of them are measured, which is a problem. Like if you take the grand kilo, which used to be
mass
standard,
is not measured. Weight is measured. You can't measure mass.
So how do we figure out mass?
You can measure the effects of mass, not mass itself.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
But we use weight to find the mass of something, though.
Use force to find the mass. Yeah.
Yeah, use force to find the mass. All right.
Kept in France, right, of the kilogram, was there since at least the 19th century. They had this block of iron, and they said, this is the grand kilo. This is the kilo for the whole world. This is the standard to which you have to measure your standard, if you want to have 1 kilo. Okay, fine, no problem. If you take that grand kilo, right, here on Earth, and you take it to the moon, what weighs 1/6 as much? Okay, so it's 1 kilo divided by 6, about 15, whatever. Okay, so what's the issue? The issue is that...
But no, that was an easy one. That was an easy one, Bill.
It's okay. It's okay. We're done. Does he do anything else in this video, or just drive us nuts?
Oh, he just drives us nuts. I think it's always videos.
Like, is there anything new here? Like, can we skip forward?
Yeah, sure.
He's just
There's
on a
only
rant
50
now.
minutes left.
Yeah. Let's skip forward 10 minutes. See if he's still talking about the same thing. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
It looks like yeah.
Let's go back a little bit for context. No, that's his favorite.
Gases, negative energy, is also a requirement for any proposed faster than light travel. Okay, keep that in mind. Faster than light travel demands negative mass. Okay, and that's what these people are writing, and this is what you're paying for them to do research on. Okay?
That's true.
This paper
That's
presents
true. You shouldn't pay people to do research on this. I agree. Bad funds.
Yeah, bad funds.
basics theory of negative mass, the ways by which it can manifest in contemporary physical theory, and the counterintuitive properties that result, including possible uses for interstellar propulsion. That's what they're interested in. They want to see how you can get the nearest star by traveling faster than the speed of light, because you cannot do it traveling at less than the speed of light. For that, you need negative mass. Negative mass has moved from the theoretical curiosity to a concept fundamental to the contemporary understanding of physics. Okay.
Nobody believes in negative mass.
Because
Just saying, I've never heard anyone believe in negative mass. It's so weird that someone's talking about negative mass. There's no such a thing.
But they thought about it because it satisfies the equations, though.
True, it does.
We just haven't figured out what the heck it is. And there's no examples of negative mass. That's the big issue. There's no example.
Negative mass is negative energy. There's no such thing.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
it's just priceless. Okay, here it is. 1957, Hermann Bondi pointed out that matter of negative mass is not inconsistent with the structure of Einstein's general relativity. Such negative mass matter would have odd properties. No kidding. Contemporary theoretical physics incorporates forms of negative energy, okay, meaning negative mass. Physicists use the phrase mass, and here it is, to mean several different things. Yeah, no kidding. They have all these different notions of mass, trusting in general for the right meaning to be clear in the context. In other words, they don't define mass for you. They say, look, you'll figure it out by the context, what we're talking about. That's a good way of selling a used car, right? Negative mass reacts oppositely to all forces. Oh, force and acceleration are opposite, okay? Thus, when you push on negative mass, it moves towards you. Okay, we had that the other day where I throw the ball and the object you hit comes towards you. Well, this is what they're talking about. They're saying that you throw negative mass at something, or you throw a ball at something, and because it's made out of negative mass, instead of pushing you away, it gets closer to you. When you pull on negative mass, it moves away from you. The force of talk about your rationality, right? This is surrealistic now. The force of gravity on a negative is opposite in a gravitational field. So when
this is another straw man.
Gravity,
yeah, it's another strong man. He found some stupid article, and he's right to ridicule this. Actually,
yes, he's right to ridicule this.
But he's not right to take this seriously, as if all of science is believing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He pushes instead of pulls. Okay, how do you like all that? And this is a professional guy, right, who is publishing papers, right? And peer reviewers are proving all this stuff with your money, of course, right? But the inertial mass is also negative. So negative mass still falls down in a gravitational field and moves towards the positive mass. Hence, Einstein's equivalence principle still holds. That's important. If it holds, then we haven't violated Einstein's equivalence principle.
Wait.
All matter moves the same way.
Look, did you see? He didn't. I don't know. I didn't watch the beginning of this, if he contextualized this, but Landis at the 75th World Science Fiction Convention. He's a science fiction writer. We're not paying him for research. He's a science fiction writer. What the hell is he talking about? No one's paying him for research. We're paying him for bad literature.
Yeah, we're paying for entertainment, not research.
Yeah. Hard science fiction is a category of science fiction characterized by concern for scientific accuracy and logic. Okay. Yeah, he's not a scientist.
But I guess Bill's point is that he's corrupting the scientists. He's telling the scientists what to think. So they'll make a narrative that fit the story that the science fiction authors came up with.
Yeah. So okay. So why does he have a NASA John Glenn Research Center address up there? If he's
that's because that's where the image was taken. He was at that convention.
Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing is fishy.
Yep.
All right. Does he talk about anything else of consequence? Let's go forward. I want to skip this a bit.
Gravitational field, regardless of
Like, can we
mass.
skip ahead 10 minutes?
No, it's no more. We don't have 10 minutes left to get through.
All right, like 2 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, I'm really good at finishing videos.
All right, you're great at it. Okay,
I'm
we already
pretty
saw
good
the
at it.
image.
Yeah, we already saw it.
It's out there. That's what they're all studying. This whole body of mathematicians is studying all this nonsense.
There we
that
go. This
doesn't
is
exist,
exactly what I was
that's
talking at the
nowhere.
beginning.
They just keep giving you equations, and they can't make.
So what he did was he took a sample size. He took this weird science fiction writer / researcher, and he's like, they're all doing this. They're all this. It's the same thing as like, here, this evil woman alienated her kids from their father. All women are like this. No, that's not what all women are. This isn't what all science is. They're all doing this. Okay.
Yeah, and also he doesn't like doing the numbers thing. That's his other big issue. He doesn't like do the mathematics, and that's
so. This
makes
is everybody's doing this. It's so weird that everybody just keeps falling in this logical trap. Okay.
Yep.
Make any sense of it, so they're kind of like at a crisis because they cannot explain anymore. Even using they cannot come up with new ideas. They run out of.
So he's technically correct, but he's so wrong in other aspects. Not really that important.
Okay.
Ideas within this framework, and so they're paying now for them to develop, for leprechauns and unicorns. That's where they're at now. They're playing with spirits, just like the people of old, the religions of old. And so I have a
I don't care if they're using divination as long as it works. Yeah, as long as their predictions are just accurate enough, I don't care what kind of divination magic they're using. I don't care.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any predictions. He doesn't have anything that works, so he has to care about definitions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Definition for what special relativity is, specifically special relativity, not to mention general relativity, string theory, and quantum mechanics, but specifically for special relativity. And here it is. Here's the definition for it. And I think you'll agree with me that this definition says it all, says exactly what special relativity is. Okay, psychosis is a condition of the mind that results in difficulties determining what is real and what is not real. Okay, I think it passes that test, right?
No.
Symptoms may include delusions and hallucinations. Yep, sounds about right? Passes number 2, right? Additional symptoms are disorganized thinking and incoherent speech and behavior that is inappropriate for a given situation. Absolutely. Pass all 3 of them. And dopamine is believed to play an important role. Yeah, I think dopamine is what's happening.
Yeah, so he likes to use shrinkery to bash his opposition, but I'm super duper anti shrink. I think the DSM is a magic book full of insults designed by committee. So I'm going to sign on to.
That was a funny dig. Yeah, it was a funny dig he made at the end. I liked his dig.
I do like the dig.
Yeah,
but he's probably serious. So I reject that.
All these people at the university level, there's a lot of dopamine going out there, and that's why they come out talking about all this nonsense. And instead of challenging their professors, they all bow down, partly because they need
narrative
careers, futures. And they say, well, I want to get a job at NASA. If I say that relativity is wrong or quantum is wrong, irrational, I'm not going to get published. I'm not going to get a job. So I'm going to play ball. And that's what everybody's saying out there. And so they all fall into the congregation and start praying, and believe what the priest tells them. So we're back to the dark ages as far as so-called science is concerned, physics. We'll see you next week.
Okay. So Annie, does this remind you a little bit of how wrong how wrong the crate thing is, or
I don't know. I don't really see the connection, but I don't know. It was boring.
Yeah, the whole thing was boring, right?
Yeah. I don't know, with the crate thing, it's just yeah, I don't know. It was just a different scenario when Russ raised his dog. That was during the pandemic. We were literally never apart from her. And so it's a different situation. I don't know. My brain's not working very well right now. I guess maybe there's
Yeah,
a
it's all good.
connection.
Yeah,
Does it seem the same?
like it seems like I'm just trying to process like how TI does that. How TI just goes all in on something that's just so wrong.
Yeah, he just mocked the notion. Both of them mocked the notion of your perspective because they didn't really understand it enough.
Right, only seeing his own perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Russ didn't have any logical reasons. It was more of like a vibe thing. Like nobody puts baby in a cage and you're being a helicopter mom, you know. It was more of just like a vibe. Like that's no way to raise a dog. You know, you let them, they'll figure it out. You just let them be. And I just don't agree.
Okay.
I think they need structure and consistency.
Yeah, there's no way to raise a dog. There's no way to do physics. It's a total crate thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, that's the demon I have to fight, I guess. I gotta resist that urge to go all in on something stupid.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
if you do, I'll totally check you.
All right, I'm trusting you, Hank.
I guess I'm still kind of thinking about the theory of everything part. I want there to be a theory of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a theory of everything would be stripping away everything that isn't true, you know, and just finding the beginning, like understanding the beginning, I guess.
Mhm.
And it seems like that idea, like, oh, there's no theory of everything, that's ridiculous, that would be offensive to NI, because it seems like NI would want a theory of
That's right.
everything.
But
That's right.
the theory of everything misses the point on theories. A theory is supposed to contextualize the information so you can make predictions. But for any,
yeah.
No, if you have a theory of everything, you can't beam in on something specific. You want to beam for theories. You want to beam on something specific. If you throw everything in there, you can't be specific. You can't be general. So a theory of anything is a worst possible theory.
Well, I mean, the way scientific progress was going is things become more and more general. You have more unified. Things become more unified. So you have like the idea of 0 point energy everywhere. The idea of like things going to their least action. So like that's something that's consistent everywhere. So that's kind of like a theory of everything. It's a concept that applies everywhere.
What use is that? What can you use it for?
They use it everywhere. They use it to develop quantum physics. They use it for Lagrangians, for predicting motions. Yeah.
0 point energy?
Least action. The concept of least action.
Okay, concept of least action.
Yeah.
Well, that's different than the 0 point energy. Least action.
Like the ground state.
It's an optimal path when something's traveling at the speed of causality.
Right. Or everything's trying to go to a ground state. Everything is trying to go to a ground state. It's the same thing as least action.
Yeah, but that's specific. That's actually a specific thing. It's not.
Well, it can be applied in many specific places, but it's general. It's true everywhere.
We can see a place where contradicts it.
No, you can't. It doesn't. Nothing contradicts it so far. If you find something, let me know.
Guess physics. Oh, how would a principle least action work with an axiom of choice? What will a least action be when it's just you get everything?
It's your ability. Yeah. So it's your cognitive ability to figure out which one is the least action.
but yeah, but that subverts the actually choice subverts that notion because it uses the finger god to pick all the numbers at the same time, so it doesn't
Okay.
apply.
Sure.
See, so we got I guess it's not a contradiction, but it's orthogonal to it. So there's a spot where it wouldn't apply.
Yeah. So I guess laziness is the NI of the universe. That's the theory of everything. Is laziness.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. So what's boring about this one is that he doesn't know what he's talking about, or you don't want to pick like it's. I can see how it would be hard for someone that doesn't know enough to argue against him, and so it's you don't know what's nonsense and what you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's part of it. I think it's partially just that my brain and I'm tired. I didn't sleep. So that on a different day I might find it more engaging. But yeah, it's just like I don't understand it all well enough to even know that he's wrong. And I just sort of don't care, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm really tired. I've got these like compulsive like yawning feeling. I keep wanting to yawn, and I feel self-conscious about it because whenever I yawn, then you yawn. Hank doesn't yawn because he's a psychopath.
I didn't even notice that. Okay.
I yawned, and then you yawned, and then I don't know. You know, when you yawn, it's contagious, and so
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
See, I heard a theory about that where it's just like the air pressure dropping so that everyone in the same area yawns, but then how does that work over the screen?
Maybe
the light pressure drops, right?
No, I don't agree with that. It's because it does happen on Zoom, and I think that it's it's like a mirror neuron thing.
I've seen it happen even when the other person isn't looking at the person who's yawning. Like there's no feedback from them yawning, but one yawns and then the next one yawns, and like
yeah. And we don't really understand it. Like, is it getting more oxygen to the brain, or I don't think they really understand the purpose of it. Why does it happen when we're tired? Why do we get like these fits of it where we just can't stop yawning? That happens to me every once in a while.
It might be like one action with multiple purposes all at once.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
might
and
be
what's up?
Proving that I'm not a psychopath like Hank.
Well, I mean, that's what they say, that like because people mimic each other, you know.
Right.
But also, like, what's up with hiccups? I hate them. They're so stupid, and I don't understand the point of a hiccup. I had hiccups last night, and it made me very angry.
Oh, yeah. Well, it expels just, I guess, inappropriate gas from your gastrointestinal system. I think I'm not a doctor. I need to ask a doctor.
Yeah, it's some kind of reflex like that.
I don't know. I had to smoke CBD to get them to go away.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that usually helps. I mean, I guess when you're smoking, you are controlling your breath to some degree, but I had already tried that for 20 minutes, holding my breath. There's something about the CBD. I mean, it relaxes. Maybe it relaxes something, the diaphragm, or it works. Yes. Yeah, smoking CBD works for hiccups.
I'll keep that in mind for future testing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any? I don't know if when I smoke, it's all CBD. Like Russ grows me just CBD plants because I don't like THC. So I don't know if just regular marijuana would do the same thing.
I mean, it's got CBD in it too, so should.
Yeah.
And like, what do you use CBD for? And also, then like, what about smoking? You see smoking as healthy enough to do?
I don't smoke it regularly. I literally only use it for hiccups. If I'm going to take CBD for sleep, then I'll buy a oil. Like that you ingest.
Yeah, ingesting CBD. Yeah.
Yeah, but I like it. I like it for sleep, but it's so expensive. I haven't had any for
Right.
months, and I just don't feel like spending my money on that. I need all my money for eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can end this. It's way past the time. Oh, it's kind of past the time.
Yeah.
You can get your rest. Hank can work on his gaming stuff.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
still
think
need
I'm
to
gonna-
figure out. Yeah, I need to figure out what's it. MIDI. That's something I've been researching for a little bit. I don't know if it's better to do like if I was going to upgrade an older game to support MIDI as well as audio, make it emit MIDI to a server that's running over a socket, or should I make it a plugin so it's just in the same memory space and just as better? I think it's just I think it would probably just be fine to just do a socket, but I guess it's but I need to do more research. I don't have any experts to ask, and I'm trying to figure out what the experts are. So I'm just trying to read through DOSBox stuff because they did it both ways. So maybe
You can't play, so you have to consume. Damn.
like I could well rather consume what I was playing is kind of hard, but
Yeah, because there's no experts. You can't ask them.
exactly. So either I could try to just read what other people did, or I could just do it myself, and hopefully I could do it efficient enough to actually have a clue what the hell is going on.
Good luck, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it, and that's why software is annoying because it's too flexible. That's an issue for me. It's too flexible. There's too many things that kind of work that you hope is good, and you find out down the road, well, that was bad, and that's annoying. It's no obvious right answer to a whole lot of problems, unless it's those problems that do have a so-called right answer, or you just have to wait for someone to optimize it, and I don't know how that works. I don't know what I guess they just do what Edison did. Just try a whole bunch of stuff till this works really good. It's I don't know. I may find out, but I don't know right now.
Well, good luck, Hank, and thanks for sharing that video. That guy, I don't know how long have you been watching him for? 10 years?
How long have I watching? Yes.
And Patreoning him. All right.
Yep.
Well, you have interesting taste.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're gonna get some rest, I guess, and
I'm gonna lay in the hammock for a little while, I think.
yeah.
And then or maybe go on a walk. I think that'll perk me out.
Well, thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
See you next week.
Later.